Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another exciting live broadcast here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. You're listening to our pregame kickoff show for today's contest, and we are thrilled to bring you another live sports coverage of SWAC football. As today's broadcast features your Prairie View A&M University Panthers taking on the Jaguars of Southern University, coming to you live here from the beautiful campus of Prairie View A&M University. Andre Davidson with you alongside former defensive coordinator and former head coach of the Panthers, none other than Coach Heiss Northern. How you doing today, sir?
Everything going pretty good. Had a chance to get up here and do a little tailgating with some of the Panther backers. A lot of members of the championship team from 2008, 2009. And, it's been good seeing those guys, and they're trying to raise some funds for the schools. But now we're at the point where it's time for the talking to go out the window. Let's see who's going to come out on top of this highly contested football game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All the talking is going out the window, and now it's time for some exciting game of football. Again, the Panthers of Prairie View A&M University taking on the Jaguars of Southern University. Now, it's interesting, Coach, that we're actually getting this game, as I would say, towards the beginning of the season. We're in week 4 of college football. I believe when these two teams faced off last year, it was in November. Of course, the Panthers were victorious 27-21. But again, the game was in November, and now the game is actually in September. So do you feel like that's going to have any kind of, anything that's going to, as far as this game goes, that's going to change the duration of this game or just the outcome of the game itself?
Well, the one thing you have to think about, it's still probably about close to 90 degrees out here. So I talked to Southern's trainer, who was actually one of the trainers when I worked at Grambling, and she was talking about how she had to try to make sure the guys stayed hydrated because their adrenaline can get so high that they're not focused on staying hydrated, which will keep them in the ball game. So keeping down on the cramps, keeping down on the just the fatigue, the muscle strains, and all that type of stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, the Panthers are sitting at 1-2 overall on the season. They're coming off a 40-0 loss last week against Michigan State, Coach. And as for the Southern Jaguars, they're sitting 1-2 as well overall on the season. Of course, this will be their first conference game of the season against the Panthers. They're coming off a loss last week against Jackson State by the score of 33-15. I actually had a chance to watch that game last week when it was on TV. Now, the interesting thing about that game, even though the score says 33-15, don't really seem like it kind of indicated the way the game was going, especially for the Southern Jaguars. And it seems like Jackson State was kind of able to do any and everything they could against Southern. And it seems like Southern had tough times finding the end zone.
Yeah, Southern moved the ball, but they had 2 interceptions going into the red zone. The other thing is Southern just missed a lot of tackles. And then early in the ball game, Southern dropped the interception that would have gave them the lead in the ball game. And sometimes if you get that lead, especially if you score a defensive touchdown, that leads to victory. So I think they know that they left some points on the board. They left some opportunities there for them to make some big plays. So it's going to be a battle of let's see who can get back on track the fastest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is going to be a very interesting game for both squads here in today's contest. And we're going to go and break down this game a lot further. But before we do that, we want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors and supporters for making today's broadcast possible. The Prairie View Athletic Club, proudly serving student-athletes since 1986. And for more information on how to become a member, you can dial 936-857-5817 and ask for Greg Austin, the Panther backer, serving student-athletes since 1995. And for more information on how to become a member, contact Dino Robinson at 713-417-2090. And the Temple of Refuge Ministries, which you can listen live each and every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time by dialing 857-777-0000. Again, it's the Temple of Refuge Ministries, building the kingdom, one soul at a time. And some other games going on around the Southwestern Athletic Conference today, Coach. Bethune-Cookman taking on Clark Atlanta University. The kickoff of that game was at 2 o'clock. And we'll give you some scoring updates throughout the course of that ball game. Mississippi Valley taking on Nicholls State. Again, that kickoff of that game was at 2 o'clock as well. Arkansas Pine Bluff taking on Central Arkansas. Kickoff of that game is going to be at 6 p.m. Alabama A&M taking on Austin Peay. Kickoff of that game is at 6 p.m. as well. FAMU taking on Troy University. Jackson State taking on the G-Men of Grambling. That's going to be an interesting game as well. We'll be sure to keep up with the score updates of that game throughout the course of today's broadcast. Texas Southern University taking on Lamar University, and Alcorn State taking on McNeese State. Again, if you're just now joining us, the Panthers of Prairie View A&M University taking on the Jaguars of Southern University. And just about all these games are going to be streaming on ESPN+. But as always, we'll be giving you the scoring updates throughout our broadcast here from Prairie View A&M University, better known as The Hill. Now, Coach, as we break things down for the course of this ball game, it appears that Jackson State was able to run the ball against Southern last week, and that's one of the things that the Panthers, it seems that they haven't really had much success with getting the ground game going so far this season. They kind of struggled in week 1 against Texas Southern. They kind of bounced back against Northwestern State in week 2, but then, of course, last week they kind of had a little setback against Michigan State as far as being able to get the ground game going. So that's one of the things that I am going to be paying attention to offensively for the Panthers in this ball game.
Well, one of the things that's going to help them, Southern's defensive line is not nearly as big as Texas Southern's or Michigan State's. So that'll leave them some opportunities to maybe get some push and knock the Jaguars off the ball and get the running game going.
And then defensively for the Panthers, Coach, we've talked about the lackluster performance defensively for the Panthers just in terms of, tackling and just some of the fundamentals and things of that nature. So what are you going to be looking for defensively for the Panthers against Southern in this ball game?
So the biggest thing is knowing that this is where the cat and mouse game starts, where Coach Fredericks knows that they're going to load up to stop the run on first down because he has been very predictable in the run game. And there's nothing wrong with it if you have success. But now he know they're going to see an 8-man box, so it might be some first down play action passes, some rollouts, and different things like that to get Prairie View to think we don't know what's coming next. Is it a run or a pass on first down?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, the teams are making their way onto the field for today's contest. The Panthers are coming to today's ball game with their all-purple coats, the purple helmets, the purple jersey, the purple pants with the gold numbers. And as for Southern, they're coming in with their yellow helmets with the white jerseys and the white pants and the yellow numbers as well. The Panthers won the coin toss, so they'll be receiving this one moving from left to right. As the fans are starting to pour their way in here, the Panther Stadium. And we are ready for some swag football today, Coach.
Yep, good day for it.
Good day for it, yes, sir.
Rain in the forecast, and people still pouring in as we speak.
Well, the kickoff is underway, and here we go. And this one is just going to sail in the back of the end zone. So the Panthers are going to get ready to start their drive at their own 25-yard line, moving from left to right. Again, Andre Davidson with you alongside Mr. Price Northern, who is oh so familiar with that purple and gold.
Familiar with both of them, to be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I actually went to high school on Southern's campus for 3 years, and then I went to school there for 5, and I spent as many years on the campus of Prairie View A&M University, so I'm very familiar.
Yes, sir. Well, Cameron Peters, the signal caller for the Panthers, come onto the field. He's going to have Connor Wisham alongside of him. He hands off to Connor Wisham. He's going to run up the left side. He's going to gain some positive yards on the play, so about 5 yards to be exact, Coach.
Yep, looked like came out with a little motion and just went with a real easy zone play just to try to see what defense are they going to get. Like Southern is in their customary 4-2-5 defense.
Yes, sir. At this time, Peter dropped back the pass. He's been pressure, and he's going to have to throw this one safely out of bounds. He's going to bring up third down.
And they tried to go with a little bit of tempo to catch the Jaguars off guard, and it's a good thing, they actually knocked the referee down on the play, so he got out of the pocket, got it past the line of scrimmage, and didn't give up. That would have been about a 10-yard loss.
Third down coming up for the Panthers. Ball's fired at their own 30-yard line. As Peter's going to have one receiver on each side, he sends Shamar Savage in motion.
I like this. They got Savage one-on-one
yes,
with no safety help.
Savage had a monster performance in week 2 against Northwestern State. See if they go to him on 3rd down. Peter's going to drop back the pass. Incomplete as he was trying to hook up with the running back, Connor Wisham out the backfield.
Yeah, so this time they went with a compress formation and what most people call the mesh route because they were expecting a blitz and trying to get it to the swing on the running back. But unfortunately, they got a little bit of pressure and he had to throw it before he wanted to.
So 3 and out for the Panthers. As the punting unit comes onto the field to punt this one off. Ball spotted at the 30-yard line.
Oh.
As this punt is nearly blocked, and he's going to safely fair catch this one just past the 30-yard line, and that's where the Jaguars are going to set up shop for their first possession here in the first quarter.
We almost had a roughing the punter. Would have been a 5-yard penalty and gave the Panthers a first down, but they didn't give the call.
Yes, sir. So the Panthers were able to pick up some positive yards on first down, Coach. They went with the run with Connor Wisham. They went to the area on 2nd and 3rd down and was not able to get anything done. So it's going to be interesting to see how aggressively they come back out on offense once they get the ball again.
Yeah, when you see you getting 5 yards on first down, you can sort of play it either way.
Yes, sir. So the quarterback for the Jaguars is going to hand it off, and he's just going to not really get anything doing on that play.
Yeah, he got about 2 or 3 yards on the power. You can expect them to, like say, try to run it on first down and then come back play action.
Yes,
but
sir.
This is only this kid's 3rd start as a college football player.
So Jalen Woods back in the backfield for the Panthers. He's going to have 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. 2nd and 8 coming up. And he looks right, throws right, passes, incomplete, solid coverage on that play by the Panthers.
And you see this? They went all slants and tried to work on the linebacker.
Yes, sir.
A couple people thought it might have been pass interference, but he didn't get the call. That's a call Prairie you're supposed to get at home.
Yes, sir. And check that. At quarterback is actually number 15, Noah Biden for the Jaguars.
Got a strong arm, but part of his problem, he has a strong arm.
So 3rd and 8 coming up for the Jaguars. Ball spotted at their own 38-yard line. Jaguars moving from right to left. 2 receivers on each side for Biden. Biden back to pass, and he's going to roll out to the right side, still looking downfield, and he's going to try to air this one. Pass is going to be incomplete, broken up by the Panthers.
So they tried to run what most people call sticks. Get to the first downs and try to see if you can find somebody open.
Well, he wasn't able to find anybody open on that play.
So there's actually a flag on the field.
Yes, sir.
So maybe a defensive holding based off where it's thrown.
There was a lot of commotion going over there on the far side of the field. And this one might be against the Panthers. So no foul on the play. They're going to actually wave it off. So the Panthers catch a huge breaker. There was a lot of commotion going on when that ball was in the air, Coach.
And that's the thing, as a coach, you see stuff like that. Like, what did you throw the flag for if it was no foul? But it is what it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the punting unit
punt right here.
Yes, sir. Nevin Cooper for the Panthers standing at their own 20-yard line. Ready to receive this punt. We have 13:36 to go here in the first quarter. We are all scoreless here from Blackshear Field. And it looks like we have some movement on the front line, but this should be false start against the Jaguars.
And it may be good because it looked like Prairie View had a punt block on with somebody running free.
Right.
And I say good for the Panthers.
So it's going to back the Jaguars up 5 more yards. So Nevin Cooper is now going to be standing at their own nearly the 25-yard line. As this punt is off, nearly blocked, but he ran into the kicker. And the yellow laundry came up immediately, Coach.
Yeah, that's going to be 15 yards right there.
Yes, sir.
He's still down. And that don't look like an acting job right there.
Yes, the punter, we're going to try to get his jersey number.
The good thing about it, they hit him up high, so it's probably no leg damage. The bad thing about it, he probably got the wind knocked out of him. at a minimum.
Yes, sir, and that's Kenny Pham for the Southern Jaguars. And that's one of the interesting things when you're going in there for a block punt, Coach. You know, typically you're kind of going in there guns blazing, and, you know, situations like that tend to happen.
The thing about it, when you get to a certain point, you have to know that you have to either pull off, but you're supposed to cut in front of the punter and run to a spot, not to the punter.
Yes, sir.
So it's an art to teaching how to block a punt.
Yes, sir. So with that 15-yard penalty, the Southern Jaguars are going to have a fresh set of downs as the offense makes their way back onto the field. Ball's going to be spotted at their own 48-yard line. And we talked about penalties, Coach, especially in week 1 against TSU. And this time he's going to hand off to the running back. He has a solid hold up the middle. He's going to break off for about a few yards on the play.
And they came back to that. Somebody's helmet come off?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So they came back to that same power that they ran on P and 10 again. So they may be looking at the coverage. They see 2 safeties high, they're going to run the ball on first down. If they come down to a 4-2-5, they're going to throw it on first down.
And Kendrick Rhymes was able to get 5 yards on the play, so this is going to bring up 2nd and 5 for the Jaguars. This time Biden's going to be under center. He sends a man in motion. And another handoff to Rhymes. This time he has a little bit of room on the right side. He's going to have more than enough for a Jaguars first down, as he was hit late out of bounds, as the Jaguars sideline wants another flag, but I don't see the flag.
He was on him before he got out of bounds. So he was on him and they fell out of bounds as opposed to he hit him out of bounds. So it's another good stretch running play right there for the Jaguars.
And depending on how the referee is feeling, we've definitely seen flags get thrown for plays like that. But a first down for the Jaguars, ball spotted at the Panthers' 34-yard line.
And we got a cover 2 look again. See if they rotate to cover 3. So they stayed in cover 2.
Yes, sir.
It should have been a running play.
Biden drop back pass, steps up, and he's rolling to his left side. Yes, a man downfield pass is caught. And he's still in his feet as he shares the defender, and he's finally going to be brought down out of bounds past the 20-yard line with another first down for the Jaguars.
And actually, the Panthers got lucky because he had a wheel route down their sideline that nobody saw. So they'll take this over the touchdown.
Yes, sir. But it appears that he was trying to look for a man in the end zone, but he was never covered.
Yes. Southern.
Ball now spotted at the 17-yard line of the Panthers, as the Jaguars are making their way inside the red zone.
We get some pressure. They got an unbalanced line over here.
Yes, sir. Biden sends 2 men in motion. He has 2 receivers to the right side, as Ryan's going to be offset to his left. A handoff to Ryan, try to follow his blockers. But he's going to be brought down immediately.
If he don't make that tackle, it's nobody else.
Yes, sir. There was nobody else.
Good play by the cornerback coming back in to make a tackle. If he don't make that tackle, it's a touchdown.
Yes, sir.
And they had 2 guys lined up to the field, brought 2 to the short side, and they got the defense outflanked, so that's how they was able to almost break that run.
Second down for the Jaguars. Ball spotted at the 15-yard line.
So now you see 1 safety high.
2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Biden. Biden back to pass. He has a man across the middle. The pass is going to be caught, and he will be brought down inside the 10-yard line.
We went back to that what most people call that mesh concept. So they must have thought Prairie View was going to be playing man-to-man and having people running behind guys. So the Jaguar offensive line is giving Biden some time, and if he gets time, he can pick you apart. But I look for a run right here.
Yeah, and if Minor would have broken that tackle on the play, he'll be looking at 6 right now. So third down, huge third down coming up for both squads, 3rd and 1 to be exact. Ball spotted right at the 9-yard line, as Biden's going to have 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. He looks to the sideline to get the signal.
And they are blitzing.
Yes, sir. The Panthers trying to send the house. We do have a stoppage on the play. There was some movement. So actually it's going to be a delay of game charge against the Jaguars. Going to back him on 5.
Snap. He saw the blitz.
Yes.
Was trying to get a snap before the play clock.
Yes.
Probably should have went with the original call.
Yes, sir. So now instead of 3rd and 1, it's going to be 3rd and 6 coming up for the Jaguars.
And the thing about it, these 2 defenses, even though they're not really the same, you'll see a lot of the same blitzes. So it looked like Prairie View was getting ready to come what most people call a double barrel, both linebackers up the middle type of blitz. The safety has the running back, so let's see if they go back to that. So now they showing it this early.
Yes.
I wouldn't be expecting them to come.
Yes. Now we have a timeout on the play, timeout charge against the Southern Jaguars, and we'll take a timeout and we'll come back with more Panther action right here on the Open Mic Broadcast Network.
You do for Panther Athletics.
And welcome back to the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss. Northern teams are making their way back onto the field. We are scoreless here in today's contest in the first quarter with 10:10 to go here in the first quarter. But the Southern Jaguars are knocking on the door. We have third down coming up after the delay of game charge against the Southern Jaguars. 3rd and 6 to be exact. Ball spotted at the 14-yard line of the Panthers.
This is a big play, but I expect them to drop out of this blitz look.
As Biden dropped back the pass, he's being pressured, and he gets it off at the last minute, but incomplete pass as he had 3 Panthers in his face on that last play, Coach.
Yeah, like I said, they were showing blitz super early, so that would lead me to think they were not really coming. Then you got to have your zone beater and your man beater, and he couldn't get to his zone beater because the defensive line was in his face.
Yes, sir. With a field goal unit for the Southern Jaguars are here to kick this one, Joshua Griffin, the kicker for the Southern Jaguars.
And 2 weeks ago, he was SWAC Special Teams Player of the Week, made 3 field goals.
As the snap is down, kick is up, and it is good on a 35-yard field goal right down the center. So more so a bend but don't break situation, if you will, Coach.
Yeah, and Coach is not going to say bend but don't break, but you'll sort of take that after you get a penalty.
Absolutely.
Give them the ball back.
Especially the way that, from the momentum standpoint, the way that the Southern Jaguars are moving. They were at 3rd and 1, but the Panthers were able to catch a break on that delay.
They were able to make open field tackles. They didn't, like if they don't make a couple tackles, Southern scores a touchdown.
And we talked about tackles in our pregame show, and how it makes a big difference throughout the course of the ball game. So Southern Jaguars strike first blood here in today's contest. On top of this, about a score of 3-0. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action right here on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heights Northern. As the kicking teams are making their way back onto the field, Southern Jaguars are going to be kicking this one from right to left as they was able to strike first blood. If you're just now joining us, they're on top of this one by the score of 3-0. Offense made their way inside the 20-yard line of the Panthers, but the Panthers defense were able to hold, and they was only able to walk away with 3 points. As this kick is off, and he's going to field this one at the 1-yard line. He passed the 10, passed the 20, had a few blockers, and he's going to get slightly past the 20-yard line, 25-yard line to be exact. As that one kind of looked promising on that play, Coach.
Man, those gaps look big. By the time you get to them, man, they real skinny. But it's a couple guys that's going to feel that one tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As Cameron Peters and company trots out onto the field. And they're going to have this one at their own 25-yard line. And that's where the Panthers are going to set up shop for their second possession here in the first quarter with 9:54 to go. As Peters going to have 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. He'll hand off to the running back. They're going to go over the running play again on first down. Picks up positive yards on that play. So they went with the run play again on first down. Picks up positive yards again, Coach.
Look like both teams, every P and 10, they running the ball, trying to establish the run game to set up the bootleg and the play action for later in the game.
It appears that we have a Southern Jaguar down on the field. The linebacker, Derek Williams, took a hard shot on that last play, and he's currently down on the field right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's just about – this is no lie. So I think I've seen Southern play 4 times the last year, maybe 5. Every game I've been to, that kid has been on the ground. Every game I've been to, he's been back in the ball game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the next series or so he is back out there.
Well, it's safe to say he's a pretty tough kid there, yeah. Right, Coach? It's always good to see that that the injuries haven't been too bad to where he's actually able to return to the game. So that's a good sign if you're the Jaguars.
Just got the wind knocked out of him.
Right, and we've definitely been there before. Sometimes it does take a play or two, but he's actually back up and he's walking off the field on his own strength. So that's a good sign if you're Jaguar fans. But either way, the Panthers are able to pick up some positive yards on that first down, Coach. The running back Chase Bingmon picks up positive yards. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Panthers do here on second down. They have several running backs that can get the job done as the teams are making their way back onto the field. Ball placed at the 31-yard line. Panthers moving from left to right. And this time another handoff to Bingmon. He's going to cut upfield through the left side, and he'll have more than enough for Panthers first down.
Good job, compress formation. Still just a simple inside zone. He don't need much space to get through there. Like I say, not a real big guy. He can get lost behind some of those big guys. I'm thinking it's a pass right here.
Yes, sir. Ball spotted at the 38-yard line. This time play action fake, and Peter steps into the pocket, rolls to the left side, and he's going to be brought down. It appears that he still had his eyes downfield, was trying to hook up with Trey John Spiller on the side of the field.
It was a good job plastering once he tried to break the pocket. Southern's DBs, but I'm looking at the stance of the offensive tackle. A lot of times he's going to tell me whether it's run or pass.
So he lost a couple of yards on that play, second and 12. This time he'll hand off to Bingmon, and Bingmon's going to break a few tackles, run to the right side, and he's going to be brought down near midfield. Enough for a first down. Yes, sir.
Just good old zone blocking.
So 3 runs by Chase Bingmon, and he's picked up 2 first downs for the Panthers so far here on this drive. This time the Panthers are going to go with the empty backfield setup, and Peters dropped back the pass, looking downfield, still looking, and he finally has a man. That pass is in and out of his hands. Was trying to hook up with Chris Herron on that play, wasn't able to hold on to it.
So what it looked like a couple times when Prairie has got the first down, they a lot of yards on first down. They're going hurry up trying to catch Southern, either substituting or catching them off guard. So don't be surprised if they draw Southern offside and end up taking a big shot against them.
Yes, sir. 2nd and 10 for the Panthers. Ball spotted at the 49-yard line.
This
time Connor Wisham.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's beat.
And they went with the hesitation play back to the left side with Connor Wisham, but the Southern Jaguars were all over that one.
Hey, and nobody from Prairie View wants to have a bigger game than Connor, being a Baton Rouge kid.
So the misdirection didn't work for the Panthers on that play, so now they're left with a long third down, 3rd and 16 to be exact. Ball spotted at the 43-yard line. Peterson is the tight end in motion. He's got 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Drop back to pass, and he has room on the left side, and he was just taking himself. He has some green grass, and he's going to safely slide down, but he's going to be a few yards shy of a first down.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 yards short, so they may try to draw Southern outside, or if not, I think the wind is blowing too hard for a field goal, so they may try to draw them outside, or they may go for it, because if they punt it, it's only a 15-yard game.
So this is kind of an interesting spot for the Panthers. Strong win for a field goal, and then, like you say, if they punt it, not really going to get much out of it. So the offense is going to stay on the field. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Connor Wisham, the running back, is like they're trying to draw the Jaguars offside. Jaguars not biting.
Take the penalty.
Yes, sir. So they'll take the penalty, back them up 5, and bring the punting unit out.
So, yeah. So you hear Southern Band in the background sort of getting into it, trying to get the crowd involved.
Yes, sir. So punting units are making their way onto the field as the Southern Jaguars didn't bite on that hard count on that play. And Jackson Ephraim is back to punt this one off for the Panthers. We have 6:50 to go here in the first quarter. Again, the Jaguars on top of this one, 3-0.
And they almost caught the Jaguars with too many men on the field.
As this punt is off, and he'll just safely wave this one off. And it takes a slight little bounce.
Yeah, that wind is blowing a lot harder than
sir.
It appears to be. You see the light flags on top of the goal post. Blowing towards the field house, and you see Southern.
We are definitely in the midst of that fall weather now, Coach.
Yeah.
So it appears that this one is going to be spotted at about the 25-yard line, and that's where the Jaguars are going to have their second possession here in the first quarter. So a promising drive for the Panthers. They was able to pick up 2 first downs, with 3 first downs actually on that drive. 2 of them at the hands of the running back, Chase Beekman, but unfortunately he was still able to end off with a punt. So 2 punts in a row offensively for the Panthers, Coach.
Yeah, they had a chance to move it, had a drop pass, and the quarterback decided to take a slide instead of putting himself in danger with. At this point of the game, you're fine with that. You don't want to see a guy slide when he's 1 or 2 yards short. Right. But when he's 4 or 5 yards,
and he can tell that he won't be able to get the rest.
People coming in from all directions. Take that slide and live to see another play.
Yes, sir. We still have a long way to go here. We're still in the first quarter with 6:29 to go. Now, it's interesting because on that third down play, Coach, he had a lane up into the middle, and instead of him trying to keep his eyes downfield to make a play, he just kind of took the lane and picked up the positive yards. Now, where there were several times on the previous plays where he had a lane, but he stepped up and was still trying to make the plays downfield. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's trying to do moving forward.
The depth of the drop, too. So if your droppers, the underneath coverage is dropping deep, trying to get you from completing a big pass, that's when you can take off, or you take the check down.
Right.
He didn't have a check down. He took off and still almost got the first down.
Right. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how aggressive the Panthers are offensively throughout the course of this ball game. And we'll keep it right here. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss Northern. Want to remind all of our listeners that this game is brought to you by the Prairie View Athletic Club, proudly serving student athletes since 1986. And for more information on how to become a member, dial 936-857-5817 and ask for Greg Austin. And today's game is also brought to you by the Temple of Refuge Ministries, that you can listen live each and every Sunday morning by dialing 857-777-0000, and that's 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. As the offense for the Jaguars have made their way back onto the field to start their second drive here in the first quarter.
How to get it. Thank you.
And this time, Body's going to hand off to the running back. And the Panthers are all over that one as he's not going to have anywhere to go on that play.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the replay. I didn't see exactly what happened. I know they tried to run it and didn't get much on that run.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they went with a run to Kendrick Ryan, but he wasn't able to get anything doing on that play. The Panthers were all over that. He picked up 2 yards on the play, so 2nd and 8 coming up.
Yeah, and they rotating those running backs in. I want to say Dillon may actually hold the single-game rushing record. He went to Southern as a quarterback.
And Kobe Dillon will stay out there as a running back for the Jaguars for this particular possession, as Biden is going to send a receiver in motion, and he'll drop back the pass, look right, throw right. He has a man, and the pass is incomplete, in and out of his hands. Had a wide open man on the slant route because he wasn't able to hold that one in.
I want to say, I want to say that may be the freshman wide receiver that had a pretty good game last week.
Yes, sir.
Versus Jackson State, but he just tried to run that one before he took control of the football.
Yes, sir. Yeah, even though the scoreboard did not indicate it, they finished with 397 passing yards against Jackson State last week, Coach.
Yeah, had some big plays, had some turnovers as well. So.
Yes, sir. So another huge 3rd down coming up for the Jaguars. 3rd and 8 to be exact. Biden's going to have 2 receivers on each side, empty backfield, and this play is going to be whistled dead as we have a stoppage in the play.
So the timeout call?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Timeout charge against Southern. That's the 2nd timeout here in the half, and we'll take a timeout and we'll come back with more Panther action right here on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Open Mic Broadcast Network. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Southern Jaguars. Ball spotted at their own 27-yard line. Biden back to pass. He has a man wide open in the middle of the field. He'll catch this one, breaks a few tackles, and he'll finally be brought down near the 1st down marker.
Close, maybe a yard short.
Maybe a yard shy, Coach.
But they gave it to him. They didn't even measure.
And I was just about to say, just depending on how generous the officials want to be, and they're going to give him enough for a 1st down on that play.
I actually thought they were going to go with a quarterback draw because the middle of the field was wide open.
So ball now spotted at the 35-yard line of the Jaguars. Jaguars move from right to left.
Cover 2 looks, should be a run.
Stack receivers on each side for the Jaguars, but a handoff to the running back, and the Panthers are all over that one.
And I'm pretty sure they knew what was coming, ran a simple, what some people call just a strike.
Yes.
You're bringing a linebacker from the wide side of the field just to give them something different on 1st down.
Yes, sir. So he'll lose 2 yards on that play. 2nd and 12 coming up. Ball spotted at the 33-yard line. We have 4:28 and counting to go here in the 1st quarter. As Biden is going to have 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. And he'll drop back the pass. Looking. He rolls to his right side. He has a man. That pass is going to be broken up. Incomplete. As the Panthers were all over that one.
Yeah, just dropped into a simple zone defense.
Yes, sir. And we can credit that breakup to number 31, Jalen Stanford, the defensive back for the Panthers, as he was all over the coverage on that play.
Yeah, this is a good read. His man disappeared. Then you look for somebody behind you or coming across the field. So that's a good play by that young man.
So we have another 3rd down coming up for the Southern Jaguars. They were successful on their last 3rd down, Coach. It was 3rd and 8 to be exact, so we'll see how successful they are. We have a flag on the play.
Looks like Southern broke the huddle with 12 men.
So illegal substitution charge against the Southern Jaguars. That's going to back them up 5 yards.
And that's those pre-snap penalties that kill you.
So it's going to be interesting to see how those are going to affect the rest of this ball game, Coach. No, you got your pre-snap penalties. You also got your post-snap penalties as well. So 3rd and 17 for the Jaguars. Ball now spotted at their own 28-yard line. Barton back to pass. He steps into the pocket, and he's still on his feet. He rolls to the right side, has a man downfield, and the pass is going to be broken up, incomplete. Another solid coverage on that play for the Panthers.
Another drop pass probably would have been a first down.
Yes, sir.
And he's one of the top receivers. You don't normally see that from him.
With number 31, Jalen Stanford on the coverage again for the Panthers. So 2 good plays in a row in the secondary from Mr. Jalen Stanford. And with that, we have 4th down coming up, 4th and 17 to be exact.
Yeah, he's way back on this punt. He's expecting the deep one.
Number 9, Nevin Cooper is standing at their own 25-yard line for this 4th down punt.
50 yards deep.
As this punt is up in the air, and Cooper is going to fair catch this one at about the 33-yard line.
Didn't get that one to turn over, but you'll take that field position. It's better than being at the midfield.
Absolutely. Solid field position. They'll start this one at about their own 34-yard line with about 3:54 to go here in the first quarter. Only down by 3 points, but solid effort on the defense on that last possession, Coach.
Yeah, I'm
and specifically in the coverage, the secondary.
I'm expecting a play action or maybe even a trick play to try to get things going on first down.
And they've been successful on the ground as well so far in this first quarter. So we'll see how well they decide to do it. As Peter's going to have 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. He sends Chris Herron in motion, and a handoff to kind of wish him up the middle, but only going to pick up about 2 yards on the play.
Yeah, that like I say, that's surprising, to be honest. Just for the simple fact you run it every first time, P and 10 that you've gotten the ball.
Yes, sir.
But they've been getting full. I get it. I think that was more of a 4-yard than an 8-yard. So you could live with getting 4 yards on first down.
Absolutely. Ball now spotted at the 36-yard line. Connor Wisham lines up directly behind Peters in the backfield. Peters going to have 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Peters looks right, throws right. He has a man. Pass is incomplete as the ball was in the air before Trajan Spiller was ready to receive it.
Yeah.
As he was trying to get open, but the safety came over and helped out over the top.
Yeah, he wasn't going to be able to help him, though, but that, he tried to throw the back shoulder fade, and they're not on the same page.
Right.
But that'll come with work. That was a great read because he got one-on-one. But, this cornerback that he's going against is about 6'1", so they match up pretty even. It's not just a physical mismatch.
Well,
they're trying to take advantage of.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they go back to that matchup throughout the course of the ball game.
With a double move, watch.
Yes, sir. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Panthers. Peters back to pass, and he's been pressured, and the pass is incomplete. Had a wide open man downfield.
That's what pressure gets you, though.
He was trying to hook up with Chris Herron. As Cameron Peters was pressured on that last play, he was able to get rid of it, but the ball was about an inch short.
If he doesn't get hit, that kid probably could moonwalk in the end zone.
Yes,
he was so wide open. I wish they showed it again.
So unfortunate break for the Panthers as 4th down and 8 comes up. Ephraim Jasso for the Panthers is ready to punt this one off. As this punt is off, and he'll fair catch this one at about the 25-yard line.
Getting some good punts off into the wind. So
yes, sir.
You'll take that. Like I say, having a drive is a 25 yards every time, 75 yards every time they get the ball. That's not successful. That's not a recipe for success, I should say.
So in this particular drive, the Panthers were not able to make it to midfield as they went 3 and out on that last play. But they have gone with the run on first down for every single possession so far here in the first quarter, Coach.
Yeah, like I say, the thing that they're going to see, though, they're going to see a run blitz and have a chance to take advantage of it.
So ball now spotted at the 25-yard line for the Jaguars. We have 3:02 to go here in the first quarter. Jaguars on top of this one, 3-0, as the fans are trying to come alive here in Blackshear Field. And a handoff to the running back, and he's going to try to cut up the middle. Didn't really pick up anything on that play. As number 6, Kendrick Ryan, the ball carrier for the Jaguars on that play.
Yeah, got a short 2 yards on the carry. Trying to get the running game going, both teams.
Yes, sir. Both teams trying to establish a run, and more importantly on first down. Both teams.
But I'm guaranteeing sooner or later somebody's gonna have a big play on first down.
Yes, sir.
They're gonna stick it in that running back belly and pull it out.
Yes,
and
sir.
it's not gonna be anybody else around.
So now 2 running backs in the backfield for the Jaguars. Another handoff up the middle. Still nothing doing. Panthers on top of that one. So it looked like the ball came out on that play, but the Jaguars able to get on top of it. So now 3rd and 8 coming up for the Jaguars. Ball spotted at their own 27-yard line. The Panthers able to get off the field on the last possession.
I was thinking they didn't have enough people, and the guy just ran out there.
2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left for Bowden. Bowden. Back to pass. He's looking right, throws right. He has a man across the middle. Pass is incomplete, a little too high for him, and he wasn't able to haul that one in.
Man, it's like I say, the Panthers are blessed that he didn't catch that one because the safety took an angle to intercept it and missed it, and nobody else would have been there had that kid caught the ball.
Yes, sir. That was number 2, Tyler Kirkwood, the intended receiver on that play. So incomplete pass, 4th down coming up for the Panthers, that the Panther defense was able to hold yet again and get off the field and get a ball back to their offense with 1:43 to go here in the first quarter.
Do you think the defense is that good or the offense not playing that well?
So the punt is up, and Nevin Cooper is going to catch this one. He's going to try to return it. He breaks a few tackles. We have a flag on the play, and he's brought down at about the 45-yard line. That flag came from the back judge.
I don't know if I agree with that call.
Right.
It wasn't a hole unless he called a blindside block, which it wasn't really blindside because he and that kid were running down the field with each other the whole while. So
right, that's usually a tough
they
call.
They that one off. Wasn't in the back.
So a block in the back charge against the Panthers. And instead of starting at their own 45-yard line, looks like they're going to start this one at about the 30-yard line. So still not bad field position, but not where you originally wanted to be to start this drive. But starting at the 30-yard line, not bad field position. You're the Panthers. We have 131 to go.
It up on first down.
Yes, sir. They went with the run on first down just about every time offensively here in the first quarter. As Peter sends a man in motion, Panthers move from left to right. They're going to go with the run yet again on first down.
Yeah.
And he picks up about 3 yards on the play.
Yeah, they blocking it up pretty good, but it's going to be some tough sledding against the 8-man box.
But eventually, yes, sir, because eventually, defensively, they're going to crack down on it. You keep running on first down, they're going to eventually catch on to it. That was number 6, Scoot Adams. And another handoff to Scoot Adams on that play. This time he runs to the right side, and he's brought down immediately.
It's going to be a 3rd and long for the Panthers again.
So nothing hardly doing on first and second down for the Panthers. Panthers going with a run to Scoot Adams on first and second down. And we have 3rd down coming up, 3rd and 7 to be exact. Ball's going to be spotted at about the 31-yard line as we have 50 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Again, the Panthers trailing this one 3-0 as they have 3rd down coming up. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Peters. Peters drop back to pass. He has a little bit of time. He has a man, and the pass will be caught near midfield, and he's going to be brought down, but he will have more than enough for Panthers first down.
And that was a good read by the quarterback. The linebacker was read it wrong, and the quarterback went right where the linebacker should have been.
Yes, sir. Trey John Spiller on the reception for the Panthers. Haven't heard any much from Shamar Savage here in the first quarter. We'll see if they can get him going. But another handoff, this time to Connor Wisham, and he's going to be brought down by a host of Jaguars in the backfield.
Like I say, just a simple run blitz off the weak side, and those guys got penetration and finally made the tackle.
Yes, sir. So that
guy that made the tackle, preseason defensive player of the year, not a real big kid, high motor, can run fast.
Yes, sir. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on him throughout the duration of this ball game. As that last play took us to the end of the first quarter here from Blackshear Field. Jaguars on top of this, about to score 3-0. We'll take a break and come back with the start of our second quarter right here at the Yoba Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Yoba Mike Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss Northern. Our first quarter has concluded here from Blackshear Field. Panthers taking on the Jaguars of Southern University, and they're trailing this one by the score of 3-0. Lots we can break down from that first quarter, Coach, from both squads offensively and defensively.
It seems like both squads are trying to establish the run on first down, and actually Prairie View is not doing a bad job. They're getting about 4 yards, but their second and medium, third and long is killing them. So,
yes, sir.
You know, they should have had a ball now. Let's see if they can get it back going.
And I know it might be easier said than done, but it's going to be interesting to see the type of play calling they do on first and second down. That way they don't find themselves at 3rd and 8 and 3rd and long, and instead maybe 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 4, situations like that.
Sometimes those body blows end up catching up with them at the end of the game.
Yes, sir.
So.
Yes, sir. So the team, yes, sir. So the teams have switched sides. Panthers now moving from left to right. 2nd and 17 for the Panthers as they went with a run on first down to the running back Connor Wisham, but the Southern Jaguars were all over that as he was stopped in the backfield and he lost 7 yards on first down. So now 2nd and 17 coming up.
Maybe play action or screen pass or something.
Ball spotted at the 43-yard line, play action fake. And he has a man wide open downfield, but he's going to overshoot him.
But see,
incomplete pass.
That's the difference in the wind.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, they're going to go back to that double move, and the double move was, 7-11 open all the day.
Yes, sir.
So, like I said, he just shot that one too far. A lot of times, when you see him that open, just give him an easy shot, throw it to him. But like I said, that wind is blowing pretty hard.
Yes, sir. To Coach's point, the Panthers have switched sides, so now they're moving from right to left, and they're actually throwing against the wind, way into the wind now, so the wind is actually on their backside.
Yes.
Cameron Peters does have an arm on him, along with his arm and the wind on that last play.
3rd and long. Let's see if they go with the deep scissors route with Savage and let me see.
3rd and 17, play action fake. This time Peters will step up into the pocket. He's going to try to follow his blockers. Has a solid block, and he's going to not pick up nearly enough for a first down.
4th and about 12 or 13. And that route came open, but he was scrambling to his right.
Yes, sir.
As the route was developing to his left.
Yes, sir. So 4th down coming up for the Panthers as the punting unit makes their way onto the field. Another 3 and out for the Panthers offensively, as Ephraim Jasso is back to punt this one off for the Panthers. And deep for Southern is going to be number 19, Chandler Whitfield. He's standing at their own 11-yard line. As this punt is up, as Ephraim Jasso got a nice leg under that one, and the ball is going to bounce inside the 10-yard line, and this one officially be spotted at the 9-yard line of the Jaguars. So definitely a silver line if you're the Panthers, as Ephraim Jasso has been able to get all of his leg underneath his punt so far here in this ball game, Coach.
Good job pinning them back inside the 10-yard line. You'll take that all day.
So defensively, the Panthers are getting their work cut out for them here in today's ball game. Offensively, the Panthers not able to get anything doing so far. Still have a lot of football left to be played. We'll see how well the defense can hold up again for the Panthers here on this opening drive of the second quarter.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a good run blitz right here. Try to get them knocked back.
As this time, number 6, Kendrick Ryans will be the running back for the Jaguars. And Biden's going to look right, throw right immediately. Pass is going to be incomplete. He was trying to hook up with number 4, Darren Morris. As number 21, Eric Zachary on the coverage for the Panthers on that play.
Yeah, that was going to be a hard play to complete because of the coverage that we're playing. A lot of times when they see that coverage, they're going to automatically change that to a hitch and go or a go route because that guy was squatting on that. So this is probably going to be a run right here.
So now Biden's going to have 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Ball spotted at their own 9-yard line. Move from left to right. And this time a handoff to Kendrick Ryans, and he's going to try to break a tackle, but nothing doing as he was brought down by the strong safety, Terrell Coleman, on that play.
Yeah, if he could have got up and over, he might have had a little bit more. And that's, you know, he's a Houston kid. That he's another guy that wants to put on a good show. So it's funny, Prairie View's probably one of their top running backs is a Baton Rouge kid.
Yes, sir.
And Southern's top running back
is a Houston kid.
even though some people don't want to hear you say Houston and Prairie View, it's like Houston and Dallas to them. So
Right. So another huge 3rd down coming up, 3rd and 7 for the Jaguars, as Panther Nation is trying to come alive on 3rd down to help this defense out. 3rd and 7 to be exact. Biden drop back the pass. He has a man. That pass is going to be caught. And it looks like he's going to be stopped right before the first down marker. Yes, sir.
Spot, but still,
so
is playing a pretty good game.
Yes, sir. So because of the field position, likely the punting unit will be coming onto the field, even though they're still about, well, actually, they're going to say he's about 4 yards shy of a first down.
Yeah. But I think what happened when he got hit, he got knocked backwards and got loose from the initial hit.
Right.
So they didn't count for progress.
Yes, sir. So defensively, the Panthers are able to get off the field on 3rd down yet again, as Nevon Cooper is standing at their own 45-yard line. As this punt is off, and Cooper is going to fair catch this one at midfield. So the Panthers are going to have excellent field position, to say the least, to start their second drive here of the second quarter.
And a good thing they didn't call. He called a fair catch and sort of took off running a little bit. Sometimes they'll call a delay a game or a legal procedure.
Yes, sir.
For that.
So no flag on the play.
Excellent field position for the Panthers. So this might be the time that they say, we at midfield, let's take our shot. We have the wind at our back, but let's make sure we don't overthrow the football.
Yes, sir.
We don't have a guy wide open.
So instead of starting at your own 20 or 30-yard line, now you start at your 50. Does that kind of open the playbook a bit for you?
Most definitely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're like, I'll take a chance right here, then more than I'll take a chance when I'm at the 20 or 30.
Absolutely. So while we have a break in the action, I want to remind all of our listeners to be sure to listen to the Mike Prince Show daily by subscribing to our YouTube channel at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. The Mike Prince Show, breaking down the X's and O's of Prairie View football and Waller County and beyond. And again, you can listen to the Mike Prince Show by subscribing to our YouTube channel at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And we also want to let all of our listeners know that you can become a listening partner today and make your secure donation of just $12. And any donation that you make will help us as we continue to bring you live sports action featuring our local student athletes right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And you can do so by visiting our website at obnradio.com. Again, that's obnradio.com, and make your secure donation today. And we also want to let our listeners know that following the conclusion of this game, you can join us for the 1876 After Party Post-Game Show featuring yours truly, Mike Prince, as he will break down the good, the bad, the ugly, and anything in between here for today's contest for the Panthers and the Southern Jaguars. Again, it's the 1876 After Party Post-Game Show, and you can do so by dialing in at 857-777-0000. Well, the teams are making their way back onto the field. Cameron Peters and company is onto the field for a first set of downs here in the second quarter. One receiver on each side for Peters, and another handoff to the running back up the middle on first down. Nothing doing on the play. Picks up maybe 2 yards on the play if you're generous.
And we should be getting a little bit more. The thing about it, I guess Southern must have been thinking the same thing. They're going to try to go big play. Their safeties were 20 yards back off the ball.
Yes, sir.
Make sure they didn't give up that play-action pass.
It is interesting that Connor Wisham only picked up 2 yards on the play, given how deep the safeties was on that last play, Coach. So this time another handoff to Connor Wisham, and he's going to try to burst to the right side, as it looks like his helmet came off on that play, and that's going to be a flag charge against the Jaguars.
Yeah, it didn't come off. It was pulled off. He
Yes,
can stay in the game because it's a 15-yard penalty. So that may be more the break that the Panthers needed.
Yes, sir. And we don't have the official stats in front of us just yet, but even though the Jaguars are leading 3-0, they're also leading in penalties so far here in this first half, Coach.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see at halftime how many penalties the Southern Jaguars were able to accumulate here in this first half. So with the 15-yard penalty, the Panthers will have a fresh set of downs now inside the 30-yard line, with 32-yard line to be exact. Panthers moving from right to left. First and 10.
The defensive coaches have both of these offenses pegged pretty much. It's almost like they're saying, we know exactly what you're going to do.
Right. Play action fake. This time Peter's going to throw this one. The pass is going to be caught, and he's going to stay on his feet past the 20-yard line, and he's still moving, and he's finally going to be brought down near the 10-yard line. Trey John Spiller on that huge reception as the flags fly in the air, and this is the post-play penalties that we've talked about, Coach.
Yeah, you can't give that up, and I thought it was a flag for a lineman downfield. I see a flag way back here.
Yes, sir. We have a flag near the backfield. We also got 2 flags here.
So what's probably going to happen, they're going to say the lineman downfield, the live ball, is going to go back to the spot of the penalty, and then Southern is going to get assessed a dead ball foul, which is going to make it 1st and 10, probably around the 17,
18-yard line.
Somewhere up in there.
Yes,
At least the 20-yard line.
Yes, sir.
But I saw that lineman down because the receiver almost had to run around the lineman.
Yes, sir.
But that's where that RPO stuff comes in, and he probably didn't have a defensive lineman in front of him, so he was going to the linebacker. But what you'll see sometimes, those guys will run downfield, and then they'll loop back around. Yep, that was him.
So the outcome comes out exactly how Coach drew it up on that play.
And you think about it, on this drive, Southern has had 2 15-yard penalties.
Yes, sir. So the Panthers will get a fresh set of downs. Not inside the 10-yard line. It's going to be at about the 22-yard line. And it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. A lot of action happening on that last play.
See, I don't understand how they did this. Well, we'll let it. They should be 5 yards closer.
Right.
Because it was a 15-yard penalty.
So the play will resume. Ball spotted now at the 23-yard line of the Jaguars. 1st and 10 for the Panthers. A handoff to the running back, Connor Wisham. He'll break one tackle in the backfield, and he's going to be brought down right at the line of scrimmage for a gain of no yards on the play.
Yeah, man, these defensive coaches just saying, man, we just going to rush to stop the run on the way to the quarterback pretty much.
But you have to appreciate both squads still trying to establish a run game here in this ball game offensively.
And you can do that when it's still a tight ball game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3-0 is our score, to be exact, in favor of the Jaguars, as the Panthers have 2nd and 10 coming up. As this time Peters will drop back to pass. He has Shamar Savage in the end zone. Pass is incomplete, but we do have a pass. We do have a flag on the play. Should be pass interference charge against the Jaguars.
That's another pass that should be thrown high and short. You got the wind at your back. Let Savage adjust to the ball. Don't overthrow him. Whatever you do, even if he comes back to the ball, he's still going to get that same pass interference call.
Yes.
But at least if you underthrow him, you give him a chance to make a play.
Yes, sir. Shamar Savage, the leading receiver for the Panthers so far here for this 2024 campaign, had a monster performance in Week 2 against Northwestern State. Hadn't really been able to get him going here so far in this first half until that last play. So we had 2 penalties on that play, both charged against the Southern Jaguars. You had a roughing the passer penalty, which the Panthers declined that penalty, and then the pass interference penalty as well. And that's going to put the Panthers inside the 10-yard line. Ball's going to be spotted at the 7-yard line to be exact. And for the first time in this ball game, the Panthers are knocking on the door. First down, a handoff to the running back, and he's going to cut inside, and he's finally going to be brought down inside the 5-yard line.
I'm still trying to figure out how they spot the ball there. Good run against a loaded box. They bringing in some bigger bodies. They're going to try to hammer this home. But it was supposed to be a 15-yard penalty, and once you're inside a certain amount, it goes to half the distance to the goal line.
Yes, sir. Well, give me a McDowell on the run for the Panthers on that last play, as he was able to get this one inside the 5-yard line. As they're going to bring the big boys in on 2nd down. And another handoff to McDowell, and he's going to push this one in for a Panthers touchdown.
Good. They came out in a wildcat.
Yes, sir.
That was a good play design.
Good play design for the Panthers, as Legimia McDowell was able to punch this one in for the Panthers here in the 2nd quarter. 6-3 is our score now in favor of the Panthers, with the PAT to follow. And due to some penalty calls charged against the Southern Jaguars defensively, the Panthers were able to knock on the door and able to put their first set of points on the scoreboard here at Blackshear Field. As the snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. So the Panthers take the lead here from Blackshear Field. They're on top of this one by the score of 7-3 with 9:25 to go here in the 2nd quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. I'm Joe Davis alongside Coach Heist Northern. And the Panthers able to put their first set of points on the scoreboard here from Blackshear Field. They're on top of this. I'm about to score 7-3 here in the second quarter with 9:25 to go.
The run game probably finally paid off for them, being able to get some plays. Southern probably did themselves no help with those three big penalties.
Yes, sir. I was just about to say that they also got some help from the Southern Jaguars with the penalties. It'll be interesting to see how many penalties they've accumulated here so far in this first half as the kicking teams have made their way onto the field to kick this one off. Panthers kicking from right to left, and they're going to let this one sail in the back of the end zone. Won't be able to bring this one out. They're going to start this one at their own 25.
Got a guy throwing a punch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I didn't get a chance to mention this in our pregame show, but it's not the first time that we've kind of seen a little bit of emotion going on from these two ball clubs. Definitely, if you're the Panthers, you don't want to give up any unnecessary penalties.
Like I say, the thing about it, he did it pretty much on their sideline, so they're going to get that call.
Hard to miss that one.
9 times out of 10.
So a personal foul charge against the Panthers is going to be an extra 15 yards. And the Jaguars are going to start this one in excellent field position at their own 40-yard line. So it's going to be interesting to see how that penalty can come back and bite the Panthers defensively here on this play. They've been doing well so far here in this first half, Coach.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10 for the Jaguars. Biden has 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. He quickly throws to the left side, and that pass is going to be caught near the first down marker.
And all they did was saw the run blitz coming, throw away from the run blitz or exactly where it leads from. That's a good job. It almost got knocked down by the defensive lineman, but he missed it.
So with that last reception, it's going to be 2nd and 3 coming up for the Jaguars. They're going to try to go quickly. This time a handoff to the running back, Kendrick Wines.
First down. And the thing about a lot of times, if you send a run blitz on first down and you don't hit home or they get some yards, they're not going to call that same run blitz, which is actually a good idea to call the same run blitz.
Yes, sir. So first set of downs now for the Jaguars. Ball spotted at the 48-yard line. Jaguars move from left to right. We got 8:38 to go here in the second quarter. 1st and 10.
So cover 3 should be a tough to run against box.
This time a read option. He'll just keep it himself. And he's going to run out of bounds as we have a flag on the far side of the field as he can tackle out of bounds.
I don't know where the other guy is about to hit out of bounds.
It's going to be interesting to see what this flag call is going to be. As the flag came right when Biden was getting tackled out of bounds.
I think they caught.
Yep.
So another penalty, but this time charge against the Jaguars, blocking the back, so it's going to back them up on that play. And it'll repeat first down.
It almost seems like they're, okay, I see the referee back there. I was saying it almost seems like they're a shorter referee on that side, but he's a little bit further back.
I see him over there.
Because normally that second hit would have been on their sideline. So it's 1st and 8 right now.
Yes, sir. 1st and 8. Biden on the center play action fake, steps up into the pocket. He has a man downfield, and the pass will be caught as he breaks a tackle, and he's going to be brought down. They're going to get all those yards back and then some. And it's going to be another first set of downs for the Jaguars.
Wow. Darren Morris kid. Good play. Like, say, if you give Biden time, he's going to make you pay for it.
Yes, sir. As Biden was able to hook up with number 84, Jermaine Minor, on that play. And this is a Jaguar offense that put up 397 yards through the air last week against Jackson State. So we know they have the capabilities to air it out, Coach. So we'll see how they continue to do that. This time Biden is going to line up on the center. And he's going to lose the ball on the play. The ball's on the ground. And it looks like it's going to be recovered by the Panthers.
And the ball just simply slipped out his
Yes, sir.
Had a guy open trying to get it to him quickly. When he separated, the ball came out.
His eyes knew where he wanted to go, but the ball came out quickly before he was able to get that one off. But the Panthers is going to come up with the fumble on that play, and they're going to have a fresh set of downs here in the second quarter. And that is the turnover we were looking for here in this ball game.
This may be another sudden change. Let's take a shot formation or type of play situation.
Yes, sir. They didn't take a shot on the previous possession when they started at the 50-yard line. We'll see the coach's point if they'll take a shot here on their next possession, as they're going to start this one at their own 27-yard line.
And they have a different defensive back end on Savage over here.
One receiver on each side, a handoff to the running back, and he's going to pick up some positive yards on the play.
Good inside zone running, good inside zone blocking right there.
Yes, sir. And number 23, Lamija McDowell on the ball carrier for the Panthers, who was responsible for the 6 points of the Panthers on the previous drive. Another handoff to McDowell. This time the Jaguars were over it, but he's going to be tackled near the first down marker.
And they should have been called for too many men on the field. Okay, I see a flag back
here.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
But the thing about it, the referee was over the ball, and they should have been over the ball.
So we'll get the call from the official.
When you see them over the ball, they usually give those guys time to get off the field.
Yes, sir.
I say it's not the correct call, but at the end of the day, they had too many men on the field.
Yes, sir. Illegal. Too many men on the field for the Jaguars, but the Panthers will decline the penalty. They're going to have a fresh set of downs at their own 37-yard line, one receiver on each side for Peters. And play action fake, and Peters going to be pressured. He tried to step up.
Oh, what is that?
And
okay, they call him down.
They're going to say he was down on the play. It looked like he was trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
As opposed to losing the yard.
He wasn't out of the pocket, and he didn't have a receiver in the area.
Yes,
so
sir.
Good call. Like I say, these people give these SWAC refs the blues, but they do go to training. They do get evaluated. And if they miss a big call, they can get fined or suspended for their next assignment.
Yes, sir. So second and long coming up for the Panthers, second and about 13 to be exact. Ball spotted at the 34-yard line as Peters dropped back the pass. He has a little bit of time. He has a man, and that pass is going to be caught by Trajan Spiller. It was a very low pass, but great concentration by Trajan Spiller to haul that one in, Coach.
Good job going down and making the play. Came from the wide side of the field. Good job.
Looked like Trajan was running a drag route on that last play, huh, Coach? As we do have an injured Jaguar on the field.
The funny thing about it, like he was going back to the huddle and just laid down. And I sent my son a video the other day. A guy laid down on the field. Somebody told him he just got back up. He took so long getting back up, the other team got to delay a game, and they didn't even call it.
Right.
But the Prairie View coaches are saying, you know, we got something going. This kid not hurt.
Right.
But the referee's going to always be on the cautious side of, look.
And he's already possibly
trying to. And jogging off the field.
Possibly trying to slow down the momentum of the Panthers without trying to burn another timeout.
You see his teammates giving him 5 and all that kind of stuff.
So it makes you wonder if the players have to not only work on their skills, but maybe their acting skills as well. But that's been another added repertoire now.
Think about it. Everybody has it. So they'll make what's called a Mayday call, Pearl Harbor. You know, they got all these different calls, man down, police codes, you know, all these different ways of, and most of the time they have a designated player that's supposed to do it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, that was the defensive end, number 11, Darius Harry, as the injured Jaguar on that last play, but he's already up and on the sideline. And the teams are still on the sideline for this injury timeout, so we'll keep it right here. If you're just now joining us, the Panthers are leading this one by the score of 7-3 here in the second quarter with 5:27 to go. A much better second quarter for the Panthers in comparison to the first quarter, if you're just now joining us. But defensively, the Panthers have definitely shown up defensively for the Panthers here in this ball game. Several opportunities where the Jaguars had third down opportunities, but the Panthers offensively were able to get off the field. So definitely a great job defensively for the Panthers here in this ball game. We want to remind all of our listeners that today's game is brought to you by the Prairie View Athletic Club, proudly serving student athletes since 1986. And for more information on how to become a member, you can dial 936-857-5817. Today's game is also brought to you by the Temple of Refuge Ministries, that you can listen live each and every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time by dialing 857-777-0000. The Temple of Refuge Ministries, building the kingdom one soul at a time. And we want to remind all of our listeners that following the conclusion of this ball game, you can join us for the 1876 after party post-game show featuring yours truly, Dr. Mike Prince, and you can do so by dialing 857-777-0000. As the teams have made their way back onto the field, 3rd and 2 coming up for the Panthers. They're going to hand this one off to the running back, and he has some running room on the left side, and he'll have more than enough for a Panthers first down. Connor Wisham on the ball as the ball carrier for the Panthers.
Yeah, somebody lost contain on this side of the defense. I want to say it was an outside linebacker.
And great vision by the running back to be able to see
it all the way
yes, sir. So the Panthers will have a fresh set of downs now. Ball spotted at the 46-yard line as the clock continues to run with 4:50 to go here in the second quarter. Panthers moving from right to left. One receiver on east side for Peters. Peters, play action fake, and he's looking downfield. He has a little bit of time, and he's going to roll to his left side, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield.
They went a two-man route with max protection, but the double move to Savage, he had help over the top.
Yes, sir. And it appears that Peters had a little bit of time to try to get that one off, but still couldn't find a man downfield, to your point, Coach. And he tried to roll out to the left side, but at that point, the Jaguars were all over him, had nowhere to go.
And they even brought an extra offensive lineman in at the tight end spot for protection.
Yes, sir. So 2nd and long for the Panthers, 2nd and 19 to be exact. Ball's fired at the 44-yard line. They have to get to the 35-yard line of the Jaguars for a first down. Peters rolls up to his right side. He's going to step into the pocket, and he'll just try to safely take this one himself. Picks up a few positive yards on the play, but still going to bring up 3rd and long for the Panthers.
Yeah, this is one of those, you got to be able to anticipate what's going to be open.
Yes, sir. It appears that Peters is not trying to force anything downfield, at least so far here in this first half.
Yeah, like I say, and Coach will tell you, if we playing a close game, let's keep it close. Don't help them by giving them a turnover. And then the thing about it, I think he's thrown 4 pick sixes. So when you throw that many, Coach is probably telling him, hey, man, do not hurt us by trying to force action.
Yes, sir. So 3rd and 14 as Peters dropped back the pass, and he has a man, but that pass is going to be caught. And that's going to be caught by Trey John Spitler. He wasn't a receiver, the intended receiver, but he was able to catch up with it.
I wouldn't be surprised they go back to the Wildcat.
And Trey John Spitler was near the first down marker on that reception, but he's going to be about a yard shy of the first down as the offense will remain on the field.
See, they got him outflanked on this side, so the ball should come this way.
Ball spotted at the 43-yard line of the Jaguars. They're going to hand off to Connor Washam up the middle, and it looks like he's going to be short of the first down.
Yes.
Wow. You got to give credit to the front line of the Jaguars for holding on that play.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yes, sir. As the officials are discussing it right now, but from our vantage point,
that
it looks like he's
down
about
right
a yard short. Yes, sir. That was 4th down. The officials are still talking things over. It appears that they may be they may bring the chain gang out to measure this one, Coach. Well, from our vantage point, it looks like he may be still about a yard shy of the first down.
It looks like it's almost in the same exact spot it was before.
Yes, sir. It was 4th and 1 on the play. They went with a handoff to the running back, Connor Washam, up the middle. But the defensive line of the Southern Jaguars were able to hold their ground on that last play as he barely made it back to the line of scrimmage. As the chain crew are coming out to measure this one, and he's definitely going to be about a yard shy of the first down, so it's going to be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like I say, they've been getting yards pretty much every running play.
Yes, sir.
Brought an extra lineman in and just didn't get the push that they needed.
So the Jaguars are going to have solid field position to start this drive with about 2:34 to go here in the second quarter. The ball's going to be spotted at their own 32-yard line, moving from left to right. But if you're Panther Nation, the silver lining is defensively, the Panthers have been playing pretty solid so far here in this first half.
We got the 2-minute break. They still have one other timeout left.
Yes, sir.
So they don't have to be pedal to the metal.
And it appears that they're going to do just that,
right,
as they're going to hand off to the running back Rhymes on that play. But the Panthers were all over that one. He's actually going to lose about a couple of yards on the play.
They may want to let this
wind down. Yes, sir. So likely the Jaguars offensively is going to let the clock wind down to our 2-minute warning here as we have 2:09 to go here in the second quarter.
Yeah, let it run down. Take the time out. I would think about running this play before the timeout.
But either way, they're going to let this clock wind down to our 2-minute timeout here from Blackshear Field. So we'll take a break and we'll come back with more Panther action. When the teams return, Jaguars are going to have this one at their own 35-yard line, 2nd and 12. You're listening to Panther Football on the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. As we have 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter from Blackshear Field. Panthers on top of this one by the score of 7-3 as the teams have made their way back onto the field. And the Jaguars will have a fresh set of downs. Ball spotted at the 35-yard line as Biden is going to drop back the pass, but he's going to be brought down in the backfield for a sack. As we can credit that one to number 90, Fred Stokes, the defensive end for the Panthers.
He's playing a pretty good game, getting constant pressure. Now Prairie View's trying to take a timeout, maybe see if they can force Southern to run the ball.
Yes, sir.
And Prairie View can use another timeout.
Use a timeout, yeah. They still have two remaining here in the second half. So when the teams come back on, the Jaguars are going to have 3rd and 14. So defensively, if the Panthers are able to stop them on 3rd down, they can take another timeout, and they'll still have plenty of time to go here in the second half to possibly put more points on the scoreboard, Coach.
Yep. So the thing about it, like I said, they could have used the timeout before the 2-minute timeout to make them run another play, and then that would have gave Prairie View an extra timeout. But it's sort of that, do I want to wait and see what happens first,
right,
or just call it and make it happen?
Yes, sir. The teams have made their way back onto the field as we have 3rd and 14 coming up for the Jaguars.
You got to have some anticipation in the passing game.
Yes, sir.
Draw.
And they're going to run with a draw play to the running back. He'll break one tackle, but he's going to be brought down. Won't have nearly enough for a first down, as the Panthers are going to take another timeout. As we can see the reaction of head coach Bubba McDowell, very happy with the Panthers defensively on that defensive stop on that play. So the Panthers take another timeout. They'll have one more timeout remaining here in the first half with 1:40 to go here in the second quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action right here on the Open Mic Broadcast Network.
Looks like it's only a 30-second timeout.
I thought you texted me, that's why. And welcome back to the Open Mic Broadcast Network. 30-second timeout for the Panthers as a punting unit makes their way onto the field. 4th down and 12 coming up as Nevin Cooper standing at their own 30-yard line and back to receive this punt.
Make sure
and it'll take a solid Prairie View bounce as they'll have this one with excellent field position to start this drive with about, yes, sir, about the 35-yard line with 1:27 to go here in the second quarter. Still have one timeout remaining as they're on top of this one by a score of 7-3.
And that's a long time in college football with a clock stops on a first down.
Yes, sir.
So that's a pretty good, with the one timeout, you got to throw the ball past the sticks, though. Can't give up any sacks right here.
Yes, sir. So Cameron Peters and company makes their way onto the field to start this fresh set of downs here with 1:27 to go in the second quarter.
The other thing to think about too is the wind is at its back.
Yes, sir. And an incomplete pass. Cameron Peters was trying to hook up with Chris Herron right at midfield as he had some green grass in front of him and he was running a slant route, but he was not able to haul that with him. It may have been looking ahead before he secured that ball, Coach.
And that's what happens a lot, especially when you're in a high traffic area.
Yes, sir.
My dad used to say, catch it before you take off running, because they go back in the old days, you still could hit them.
Absolutely.
But they,
well, the incomplete pass does stop the clock with 1:23 to go, so 2nd and 10. As this time, Cameron Peters is going to keep it himself, and he's going to run here on the near side of the field. He's going to be brought down. Clock continues to run with 1:10 to go as he was able to pick up about 6 yards on the play.
Clock is still running, so they need to hurry up.
Yes, sir. Clock continues to move with about a minute to go. It's going to bring up 3rd down for the Panthers. 3rd and about 5.
Nobody deep.
As Peters dropped back to pass, we do have a flag on the play as he was trying to hook up with Shamar Savage on the far side of the field. And incomplete.
May have offsides on the defense.
Yes, sir. As the quarterback, Cameron Peters, as he's indicating that this one's should be charged against the Jaguars as well.
Is it going to be enough to give him a first down?
Maybe about a yard shy.
They gave it to him.
Yes, sir. So they actually gave him the first down, so it was about 3rd and 5. So those 5 yards would be enough for a Panther first down.
Yep. Another pre-snap penalty.
Yes, sir. And again, the pre-snap penalty charge against the Jaguars.
And it stops the clock. Prairie View doesn't have to use one of their timeouts as well.
1st and 10 for the Panthers. This time a handoff to the running back. He's going to break a few tackles. He's going to be brought down at about the 45-yard line of the Jaguars. Clock continues to go here with about 40 seconds to go. Interesting call on first down, Coach.
Well, they're just trying to get some yards, and then now it's going to be pass.
So ideally, we should probably see them go to the air here on 2nd down with about 28 seconds to go. As Peters drops back the pass, and he's going to air this one downfield. He has a man, and that pass will be caught, and he will be in for a Panthers touchdown.
Hit him with the old slot fade.
Chris Herron, the receiver on that play, as he was able to make up for that drop pass on the previous play, and he's going to walk in for a Panthers touchdown.
And that's something that Coach Whedon and I talked about, was being able to take advantage of the blitzes. So they knew the blitz was coming. They knew that they had a slot receiver with a safety covering them, and they took advantage of it.
Yes, sir.
We'll see that a lot on tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Definitely one-on-one coverage that Chris Herron had his man beat on that play, and Cameron Peters was able to put it right in the pocket on that play. Beautiful pass by Cameron Peters, and with that, the Panthers take a 14-3 lead here late in the second quarter with 20 seconds to go.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action right here on the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss Northern. The Panthers were able to add more points on the scoreboard here late in the second quarter. On top of this one, 14-3, we have 20 seconds to go. As this kick is off, and that's going to go, yes, sir, in the end zone. So everything worked out perfectly for the Panthers on that last possession. Defensively, the Panthers were able to get off the field. The Panthers were able to take another timeout with about 1:20 to go here in the second quarter, and they was able to put more points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, good play. Like I say, great play design, knowing what you're going to get. Dialing one up. Quarterback didn't overthrow him that time. He gave his guy a chance to make a play. So it was a good play all around. It wasn't bad coverage by the defensive back. He was right there, but the kid just made a better
yes, sir.
Better catch and a better throw.
One timeout remaining for the Jaguars as they're going to start this one at their own 25-yard line, but they're going to just hand this one off to the running back, and this will likely run the clock out here in the first half. The Panthers did receive the ball to start this ball game, so at the top of the third quarter, the Jaguars will have the first possession, but with that last play will take us to the end of the first half from Blackshear Field. The Panthers on top of this one by the score of 14-3.
Let me check on this.
As the Panthers went aggressively on that last play, on that last drive offensively, and was able to add some additional points on the scoreboard here from Blackshear Field. And defensively, the Panthers have came alive here so far in this first half, only giving up a total of 3 points here so far in this ball game. The Panthers did get the ball first to start this game, so when the teams make their way back onto the field to start the third quarter, the Southern Jaguars will have first possession. It's going to be interesting to see how both teams come out offensively and defensively. But if you're PV Nation, you have to be happy with what you see so far here in this ball game.
So it's still a good defensive battle with one big play. I think Southern is going to go back and talk about the penalties that they had.
Yes, sir.
And not taking advantage of some of the plays that they did have a chance to make.
Yes.
Prairie still left some plays on the field, but when you go in scoring right before halftime, a lot of times you can bring that momentum out of the locker room.
And then offensively, there's been some one-on-one matchups on the sides that the Panthers have been able to take advantage of so far in that first half. So we're going to be interested to see how the Southern comes out defensively to kind of answer to that, Coach.
Well, they're not going to change. I'll tell you that much. I've been knowing Coach Miller for a long time.
Right.
And he's not going to change his defense. He's going to tell his guys up front, you got to get home so that pass doesn't have a chance of happening.
Yes, sir.
And he may start playing some off man in the slot, but they're not going to change much, if at all.
Yes, sir. We're in the midst of our halftime show here from Blackshear Field. Again, you're listening to Panther Football on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss Northern. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back with some halftime analysis as these bands are going to do their thing here at halftime from Blackshear Field. Panthers on top of this one at halftime by the score of 14-3. You're listening to Panther Football on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. We're in the midst of our halftime show here from Blackshear Field. The Panthers on top of this one by the score of 14-3. Some interesting numbers to break down in that first half. But the one number that definitely jumps off the paper is the penalties in that first half, mainly for the Southern Jaguars. The Jaguars had 9 total penalties in that first half for a total of 80 yards. And, of course, several of those penalties in one particular drive, the Panthers were able to capitalize on by putting points on the scoreboard. But 9 penalties for 80 yards in that first half for the Southern Jaguars. So it's going to be interesting to pay attention to that for this second half once the teams make their way onto the field. Time of possession, the Southern Jaguars, 14 minutes and 16 seconds. For the Panthers, 15 minutes and 44 seconds. 5 first downs for the Southern Jaguars to just up to 10 first downs for the Panthers. Both teams were trying to establish the run game in that first half. Offensively for the Southern Jaguars, Kendrick Grimes had 7 carries for 25 yards in that first half, and Chase Bingman for the Panthers, he had 3 carries for 25 yards, and of course Cameron Peters was able to take off with it, 7 tries for 29 yards. Passing for the Panthers, passing for the Panthers, Cameron Peters was 4 for 11 for 89 yards and 1 touchdown in that first half. And of course, 45 yards, 45 of those 89 yards went to the wide receiver Chris Herron, as he had 1 catch for 45 yards and that long touchdown to kind of end the first half for the Panthers. Overall, defensively, the Panthers were able to shut out the Jaguars, weren't able to put more than 3 points on the scoreboard in that first half, as they was only able to walk away with 3. The quarterback, Noah Bodden, was 5 for 13 in that first half for 74 yards. And as we mentioned before, penalties has been the Achilles heels for the Panthers so far here in this season, but we can't say that much for this ball game, as the Southern Jaguars have accumulated majority of the penalties here in this game. Again, 9 penalties for a total of 80 yards in that first half for the Southern Jaguars. And of course, the Panthers were able to capitalize on some of those penalties by putting some points on the scoreboard. So it's going to be the interesting thing that we're going to have to pay attention to here for this second half, as the Jaguars went 1 for 7 on third downs in that first half, and the Panthers went 2 for 7 on third downs in that first half as well, Coach.
Yeah, the biggest thing is both teams not passing the ball well, but Southern keep giving up penalties in the passing game, and then Prairie View has a big play in the passing game. So it's still a lot of football being played. Time of possession is pretty much even.
Yes,
everything
sir.
is almost even minus the penalties.
Yes, sir. And as I mentioned before, even though the stats aren't really jumping out on the paper, both teams tried to establish the run game in that first half. Not really a whole lot doing that really just jumps out on the page to you in that first half.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if Prairie View can keep their penalties down to maybe 1 or 2, and it's not the 15-yard variety that keeps the drive going, that's going to be bode well for them. Southern, on the other hand, has to play clean football and don't give away yards.
Yes, sir. And as I mentioned before, time of possession about even for both squads. 14 minutes for Southern, 15 minutes for the Panthers. So nothing that really jumps off the stat sheet in that regard. Neither squad really keeping the ball longer in comparison to the other squad. So it's going to be interesting how they keeps up here in the second half.
And the other thing that may come back to bite Southern, they were in scoring position when Biden fumbled the football.
Yes.
And Prairie View comes back and turns it into a field position game.
Yes, sir. Well, the teams are making their way back on the field to start this second half. Again, the Panthers did receive the ball to start the first half, so the Southern Jaguars will have this one, as their band is playing loud and aggressively, trying to hype their side up to start this second half, Coach.
Well, the battle from halftime is continued, so let's see how long they let them play. And with Southern getting the ball, I imagine they probably going to stop once Southern gets on offense.
Yes, sir. And back to receive for the Jaguars is the wide receiver number 19, Chandler Whitfield. We're back to receive this punt.
So we're waiting on the guy in the red shirt down there. Is with one of the networks, probably ESPN or HBCU Go Sports, and he'll tell them when they can put the ball back in play.
Yes, sir. And for the most part, the kicker, Ephraim Jasso, all of his kicks have been sailed in the back of the end zone, but now he's going to be kicking against the wind. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can finally get a return for the Jaguars here on this kickoff.
And is it Winfield back there? I can't see the numbers, but he can be pretty dynamic in the return game.
Yes, sir. As we're still waiting for this kickoff to start the second half here from Blackshear Field. And it appears that the kicker, Ethan Jasser, just got the signal as the Panthers are ready to kick this one off. PV Nation came alive here in the first half, specifically towards the end of the first half, to rally their troops. We'll see if they can rally them to a victory here in this game as the kick is off. And looks like we will get a return as Whitfield's going to have this one. He's past the 5-yard line. He's going to run to the far side of the field. He's going to be brought down nearly past the 20-yard line.
And the thing is this,
as we have some extra pushing and shoving, but no flag on the play.
On the kickoffs, you hate to see guys jump up. You want to see them jump forward. And he jumped a little bit too high.
Yes, sir.
While you in the air, those guys are closing on you.
Yes, sir. So the Southern Jaguars are going to have the first set of downs to start their first possession here of the third quarter. And they're going to have this one at their own 24-yard line. Jaguars moving from right to left, trailing this one 14-3. As Biden going to have one receiver on each side, and they're going to go with a handoff on first down, but the Panthers are all over that one as he picks up a positive yards, about a yard on the play. As we have a flag on the play, it came after the play. As the officials are going to talk this one over, as the penalty came after the play was over. So personal foul, face mask penalty charge against the Panthers is going to be a 15-yard penalty, and it's going to be a fresh set of downs for the Jaguars.
And as they say, you want to keep those penalties. That's giving them a first down, so you can't afford to do that.
Yes, sir. Ball now spotted at the 42-yard line of the Jaguars. They have a fresh set of downs, a handoff to the running back, and this time he's going to break a few tackles, and he's still on his feet. And he'll finally be brought down near the first down marker. Some tough running on that play, Kendrick Rhines, and it looks like he won't have enough for a Southern. Actually, yes, they're going to give him enough for a Southern Jaguars first down.
Just good hard running.
Yes, sir.
You hear the guys in the background talking about some arm tackling. You got to bring your feet with that guy. And he's not a real big guy, but he always finds a way to keep going forward.
Kendrick Rhines running aggressively on first down, and he picks up a fresh set of downs for the Jaguars. First and 10, ball now spotted at the 48-yard line. That's Biden, drop back to pass, and he steps into the pocket. He has a man, and that pass will be caught.
And I'm not sure that's the guy he was throwing it to, but they'll take it.
Yes, sir. So pass was caught near the 30-yard line. It's going to be another fresh set of downs for the Jaguars.
And sometimes, like say, they speeding up the tempo. Sometimes just going up tempo will let the quarterback get into a rhythm.
Yes, sir. The Jaguars are creeping their way inside Panther territory. Ball now spotted at the 29-yard line. Another handoff to Kendrick Rhines, and he's still breaking tackles, and he's going to be brought down past the 25-yard line. Another about 4 yards pickup on the play.
Have to wait, and Prairie View is substituting guys. Southern's guys trying to get them to hurry up.
Yes,
they
sir.
Don't have to wait.
Yes, sir. Jaguars going quickly here, and they're going to get that play off, and it looks like the Panthers are not able to get off the field in time.
They call timeout.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, because the Jaguars are recognizing the substitution.
And it goes back to practice. If the offense doesn't substitute, you don't substitute unless the ball goes out of bounds. So that's something that in practice they actually go over.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know if that was a sideline call or sometimes guys have it built in, like in 3 plays, I'm going into the game.
Yes.
So they know it's a rotation, but that rotation can get disturbed if the offense is not substitute.
Yes, sir. And to your point, you know, it definitely depends on how the game is going. You know, you might have the rotation players already put in, but as you said, sometimes you may have to make an adjustment throughout the course of the ball game.
Yeah.
So the Panthers have to burn a timeout on the play, and we'll take a quick timeout, and we'll come back with more Panther action right here on the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss Northern. Teams that made their way back onto the field. 2nd and 5 coming up for the Jaguars as they've made their way inside Panther territory. Ball spotted at the 24-yard line of the Panthers. Jaguars moving from right to left. A handoff to the running back. And this time he will be brought down at the line of scrimmage. Gain of no yards on the play. It appears they may have given him an inch of a yard. We do have a stoppage on the play.
Yeah, one of the Southern's offensive lineman helmet came off, and if it's not a penalty on the play, they have to go out of the ball game.
Yes, sir. The running game has been successful so far for the Jaguars on this opening drive, but the Panthers were able to hold on that 2nd down, and with that we have 3rd down coming up. Defensively for the Panthers, 3rd downs, they've been pretty successful here in this ball game. We'll see if they can get off the field here on 3rd down, 3rd and about 4 to be exact. As Biden is a man in motion, he dropped back the pass, and he has plenty of time, and he has a man, and that pass is incomplete.
Got happy feet, had a man wide open.
Yes, sir.
And because his feet wasn't set, he threw it behind him. They still in field goal range, though.
Yes, sir. And he had plenty of time to throw. Great job by the offensive line of the Jaguars, giving him plenty of time to try to find a man downfield. As you say, just kind of got that pass, let that pass get away from him on that one.
And the thing about it, you have to they got a guy running on the field.
Yes, sir.
You have to anticipate that throw coming open. You can't see it and then try to throw it with your arm because your arm is going to be late if you don't have your feet involved.
Yes, sir. Joshua Griffin back to kick this one by a 35-yarder. And the kick is up, and it is no good. So empty possession on that play for the Southern Jaguars. Defensively, the Panthers able to get on the field. In special teams, Griffin was not able to get the 35-yarder, and with that, it's going to be a turnover on down. Panthers going to have this one offensively at their own 23-yard line.
And well within his range. I don't know if he pushed it one way or the other.
Because he definitely had the leg under it.
Yeah. So now let's see if the Panthers can come back and get a drive going.
Yes, sir.
We got a compress formation, so it may just be inside zone or play action.
First offensive possession for the Panthers to start this 3rd quarter with 12:11 to go. And a handoff to the running back, and he's going to be met immediately right at the line of scrimmage. Wow. It appears that he was trying to run aggressively on that play, but the Southern defense was just a little bit more aggressive with the stop on that last play.
And like you say, Southern not going to stop doing what they do on defense. You're going to see 4-2-5.
No, sir.
A loaded box on 1st down. And
no, sir.
You got to take advantage in a passing game sometime against them.
Connor Washam picks up 1 yard on the play, so 2nd and 9 coming up. Ball slide at the 24-yard line. Peter's going to have 3 receivers to the right. And another handoff to Connor Wisham. Southern all over that one. And there's about 4 or 5 white jerseys surrounding Connor Wisham on that last play at the line of scrimmage.
And they should have had a running lane because it was a cover 2 box. So
yes, sir.
Anytime you see cover 2, you got to be thinking as a offense that we're going to be able to run the ball.
And that running with that gap filled up mighty quickly. Connor Wisham to have anywhere to go on that play. And with that, it's going to bring up 3rd and about 12. 3rd and 11 for the Panthers.
See if Peters can get it with his legs if it's not open.
So 1 receiver on each side. And Peters dropped back the pass. As they're bringing a little bit of pressure. He steps up, still looking downfield. He shares another defender. This time he'll keep it himself, and he'll run out of bounds. It looked like he went out of bounds before he was able to get to the 1st down marker.
Good coverage downfield by the Jaguar secondary and linebackers. And then one of the linebackers came off his zone drop. They ran the mesh route shallow, and somebody usually, if it's a zone, they supposed to sit down, but look like they kept running into people.
Yes, sir. And even though he wasn't able to find anybody, Peter was able to step up into the pocket.
Got the 1st down.
Yes, sir. He was able to step into the pocket, shared a few defenders, and try to keep the play alive. But to your point, wasn't able to find anybody downfield. So 4th down coming up. Plenty of units have made their way onto the field. As this punt is off, nearly blocked.
They ran into each other. They had so many people back there.
Right at the 40-yard line.
It's something they must see in the protection that they keep coming after it.
Yes, sir. That punt was nearly blocked, but he was able to get it off.
And then the thing about it, Coach Graves is a former special teams coordinator. And I know when I was playing there, he always helped the special teams coach. And we were big on certain situations, blocking kicks and fake punts. So that's sort of his background. I saw him talking to the guy about taking a sharper angle in front of the punter to be able to block it.
Right, because they had that penalty in the first quarter where he was trying to block the punt, but ended up running to the kicker at the same time.
Yep.
So with 10:05 to go here in the third quarter, Panthers still on top of this one, 14-3, empty possession offensively. But we'll take a break and come back with more Panther action right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heist Northern. And while we still have a quick break in the action, I want to give you some scoring updates around the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Arkansas Pine Bluff trailing Central Arkansas by the score of 35-10. Got 13:39 remaining in the third quarter of that ball game. Alabama A&M trailing Austin P 45-3 with 12:38 to go in the third quarter of that game. Florida A&M trailing Troy University 21-9 with 10:57 to go in the third quarter of that ball game. And Texas Southern is leading Lamar University 10-7 with 37 seconds to go in the third quarter of that game. As the teams have made their way back onto the field, and that pass will be caught past the first down marker as he's still on his feet, and he's finally going to be brought down out of bounds inside Panther territory. It's going to be a fresh set of downs for the Jaguars.
Like I say, if you give him time, he can make some things happen.
And we talked about the missed tackles coming into this ball game for the Panthers as they weren't able to wrap him up on that play. He was able to pick up some extra yards and a fresh set of downs for the Jaguars. Another handoff up the middle as he's looking for some blockers, and he's going to be brought down, but he was able to pick up about 3 yards on the play.
Yeah, good run versus a cover 3, so that means they got 2 linebackers in the box.
Yes, sir.
So that's a tough to run against box, but he's still able to turn out a few yards. But what has to happen on the Prairie View defense, they have to stay in their gap, even if he starts one way or the other.
Yes, sir. C.J. Russell on the carry for the Jaguars on that last play. Second down coming up. Peter, back to pass. That pass is going to be incomplete. Freddie Beard on the coverage for the Panthers on that last play.
That was good coverage. He almost, and he didn't get the pass interference. He got the ball. But that's who they need to get the ball to more. Davis right there.
Yes, sir.
You know, I saw him last year. He played at Texas Southern, and he gave Prairie View the blues when he was at Texas Southern.
Yes, sir.
But he's like I say, a football playing just out of Dallas.
Another third down coming up, 3rd and 4. And this time they're going to hand off to C.J. Russell. He's going to try to keep his legs moving, and he's going to be brought down, gave him forward progress, and he will have enough for a Jaguars first down.
And once again, the cover 2 box, they're going to get that run box, and that's what you get sometimes.
Yep, and he was able to find.
They're going to pass the ball.
Yes, and he was able to find just enough crease to pick up about 4 or 5 yards on that play. So first set of downs for the Jaguars, play action fake, and the pass is going to be caught. He was able to hold on to that one. Wasn't bad coverage on the play, but it was just a great catch.
How he caught that ball, because there was a missile coming at him.
Yes, sir. The Panthers bought the house on that play, but Biden was able to get it off just in time. First set of downs, first and goal now.
It was great coverage by the cornerback.
Yes, sir.
As well.
Yes, sir. So first and goal, hand off to C.J. Russell, but the Panthers are all over him as he's going to lose about 3 yards on the play.
Yeah, the thing about it, they just went cover 0, and everybody runs to the quarterback and stop the run on the way there.
Yes, sir.
So don't be surprised if you see a rub route right here. Some people may call it a pick, but don't be surprised if they go back to it.
Yes, sir. As I said, we have some substitution defensively for the Panthers, the entire defensive line, and some linebacker substitutions for the Panthers defensively. And some DB defense. Looks like an entirely new defense out here for the Panthers. Had about 6 or 7 guys substitute. And they brought the house, and this guy's wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars.
Why all that happened? Because you had guys running out there that didn't have the call. There's a common mess with a wheel route all day.
It was nearly an entire defensive substitution. About 7 to 8 guys came out on the field on this last play.
And then sometimes you do that. What are they doing? Okay, so sometimes you'll do that knowing that they substituted, but the defense will do all those substitutions to run the play clock down.
Yes, sir.
You saw the quarterback clapping his hand like,
hey, hurry up. I got something.
Up.
Yes, sir. And he definitely saw something on that play as he was able to walk right into the end zone for a touchdown. 14-9 is now our score with the PAT to follow. And the snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. And if we didn't have a ball game before, Coach, we definitely have a ball game now here from Blackshear Field.
Let it keep going. This is going to be some high blood pressure medication, need some cigarettes and a drink come the fourth quarter. So it's going to be a battle.
Well, if you're listening to this ball game, do not go anywhere. Don't touch that dial as we have a ball game for you. 14-10 is now our score. Still in favor of the Panthers with 7:29 to go here in the third quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action. You're listening to Panther Football on the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. 14-10, our score in favor of the Panthers, as the Southern Jaguars were able to put their first touchdown of this ball game on the scoreboard with 7:29 to go here in the third quarter. The teams have made their way back onto the field. The Jaguars are ready to kick this one off, kicking from right to left. And as we mentioned before, if we didn't have a ball game before, we definitely have a ball game right now, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere as the Panthers are ready to receive this one. And the kick is off, and they're just going to let this one sail in the back of the end zone. The Panthers going to have this one at their own 25-yard line. And as the teams make their way onto the field, some more scoring updates around the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Jackson State trailing Grambling 13-21 with 11:37 to go in the third quarter of that ball game. So we'll definitely be keeping up with that ball game throughout the course of this game. Texas Southern leading Lamar University 10-7 with 14:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Alcorn State is trailing McNeese State 21-0 with 4:12 to go in the second quarter of that ball game. Bethune-Cookman fell short of Clark Atlanta 37-38. As Cameron Peters and company has made their way onto the field, Ball at their own 25-yard line as Peters drop back the pass, and he steps up into the pocket, and he'll safely slide down near the 30-yard line. Picks up some positive yards on the play. This time he didn't hesitate, Coach.
And it was almost a late hit, but the good thing about it, they came out and showed pass on first down.
Yes, sir.
Even though it's labeled as a running play, to me as a defensive coordinator, that's a passing play.
The quarterback, Cameron Peters, was able to pick up 3 yards on the play, so 2nd and 7, sends a man in motion. This time, play action fake. He has a wide-open man downfield. Pass is caught. The 30, the 20. Call player. It is a touchdown.
Probably the best play action that I ever saw.
Wow.
And they didn't get the lineman called downfield. There was a couple of them, but because they were so close together, it's not like it was just one guy standing out.
And that is how you respond. Coach, it was such a great pass and it almost threw me off.
But like I say, the guy had to wait on the ball to get to him.
Wow. Number 4, Kobe Cavill on a huge touchdown reception for the Panthers as they respond quickly to the touchdown of the Southern Jaguars with a huge bomb from the quarterback Cameron Peters to Kobe Cavill with the PAT to follow. And the kick is good. 21-10 is now our score in favor of the Panthers.
That's a big momentum swing. You come right back after Southern has scored a long drive. You come back in about 3 plays and put one in the book.
Yes, sir. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action. You're listening to Panther Football on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. The Panthers respond, and they respond quickly with nearly a 70-yard touchdown bomb from the quarterback Cameron Peters to Kobe Cavill as they're leading this one 21-10 with 6:50 to go here in the third quarter. As the kickoff teams have made their way onto the field, and it looks like this one is going out of bounds.
Yeah, that's not good.
Wow.
So they'll get the ball at the 35, I want to say. Like he just overkicked it. You know, sometimes that's going to happen as a kicker.
Yes, sir.
You just over-rotate. You're trying to kill it because you're going into the wind, and then you over-rotate and don't get the leg up.
Because that one went wide left, didn't even have an opportunity. So with that kick going out of bounds, the Southern Jaguars are going to have a fresh set of downs to start this drive.
Let's see what they come out with.
Ball spotted at the 35-yard line. We've got 6:50 to go here in the third quarter. We'll see how aggressively the Jaguars come out here on offense. As Biden has 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. And they're going to go with the play action fake. He looks right, throws right. He has a man. The pass is going to be incomplete. Well, we have 2 flags on the play. And this one is going to indicate pass interference. Charge against the Panthers. Wow.
And the thing about it, it was a good pass interference call because if he doesn't do that, it might be 6 points on the board.
Yeah, that was Ahmad Robinson, one of the veteran defensive backs for this Panther defense. Kind of got that right arm, kind of hooked him a little bit on that play. Wow.
And then preview coaches might argue that was an uncatchable pass, but like I say, a lot of times they're going to give the offense the benefit of the doubt.
So now they're going to have this one right at midfield, first set of downs, and he's going to hand off to the running back, and he's going to be stopped right at the line of scrimmage, gain of about no yards on the play. clock continues to roll here with 6:25 to go here in the third quarter. As they say, he's going to get about a yard on the play, 2 yards on the play to be exact. So 2nd and 8 coming up for the Jaguars.
Yeah, they got them spread out. They got a cover 2 look, so they might be checking to a run right here.
And they're going to go with a pass as Peter is going to throw this one. Pass is incomplete.
Good read. Just didn't execute the throw.
Yes, sir. Eric Zachary on the coverage for the Panthers on that last play has had some solid stops here in that secondary for the Panthers here in this ball game. And he was able to get some solid coverage for the Panthers on that last play.
And the thing about it, too, they got to adjust to that wind because it's, like I say, it's blowing papers and all that kind of stuff around. So
yes, sir.
They have to make the adjustment as the quarterback.
And if we're talking the duration of this ball game, third downs have been the Achilles heels of the Southern Jaguars so far. They got 3rd and 8 coming up as Biden drops back the pass, and that pass is going to be caught near the first down marker, and it appears that he should have enough for a first down.
Yeah.
Wow. So he was able to hook up with the transfer, number 3, Quay Davis, on that last play, Coach.
Don't be surprised they come back with a double move off of that. Like I said, Biden is having time all day.
They're now inside Panther territory, but they're going to go with a run on that play, but the Panthers are all over that one. Not really a whole lot doing. Kendrick Rhymes on that play on that run for the Jaguars.
Yeah, they tried to run the stretch play, and it looked like he had some room, but it was an overhang guy that they didn't account for.
Yes, sir.
And he cut it back.
Yes, sir. 5:10 to go here in the third quarter. Jaguars are trying to respond to the previous touchdown of the Panthers as they made their way inside Panther territory. Ball fired at about the 41-yard line. Jaguars moving from right to left. BB Nation trying to come alive here on 2nd down.
What Prairie View is trying to do is cheat the box.
Yes, sir. Biden back to pass. He rolls to his right side. He's going to check it down to the running back. But a great tackle by the linebacker on that play as he was able to get nothing doing.
He's made some great tackles in the open field.
Yes, sir.
Every time they bring somebody either out the backfield or on the shallow cross, he's made the play.
Yes, sir. That was number 43, Robert Edmondson, on the solid open field tackle for the Panthers on that last play. And we are coming up with 3rd down yet again. This time, instead of 3rd and 8, it's 3rd and 14. We'll see what the Jaguars come with. Biden, drop back pass. He has plenty of time. Great blocking by the offensive line, and he finally has a man downfield. But he won't have nearly enough for a first down. Wow. I mean, Biden is just dropping back to pass. He was able to hook up with Quay Davis again on the near far side of the field. But talk about having all day to throw on that play. I talked about the great job with the offensive line for the Southern Jaguars of being able to protect Biden and giving him plenty of time to throw. And he had plenty of time to throw on that last play. Just couldn't find a man downfield near the first down marker.
When it's 3rd and 16, it's not a bunch of plays on that short.
Yes, sir.
Especially if you're going to see cover 2 or cover 4.
Yes, sir. So the punting units have made their way onto the field. Devon Cooper is standing at their own 10-yard line, and he's just going to fair catch this one at about the 11-yard line. I see a little hop step you're talking about now, Coach, that Cooper does every time he catches the ball, but the officials haven't really picked up on it so far. So defensively for the Panthers, they was able to hold as the Jaguars was trying to respond to that huge pass through the air on the previous offensive drive for the Panthers. But defensively, the Panthers were able to hold on that play to get a ball back to their offense as they're going to have their work cut out for them as they're going to start this possession at their own 12-yard line. We have about 3:23 to go here in the third quarter as Peter's going to have 2 receivers to the left. And he'll hand off to the running back up the middle. He's going to keep his legs moving. He's going to pick up some positive yards on the play. Legs are still moving, but they blew the whistle dead at about the 16-yard line.
Yeah.
And he said, saying, I wasn't done yet.
And he wasn't.
There's number 6, Scoot Adams, on that carry for the Panthers.
Good leg drive, no substitutions. So they are making Southern keep their defense on the field right now.
So by it being a 2-possession ball game, it's going to be interesting to see the calls for the Panthers offensively on this drive. They went with a run on first down. They're going to go with a run again on second down to Scoot Anderson. This time, the Jaguars was waiting for him. He was able to pick up about 2 yards on the play.
And the thing about the Southern's defensive line is not that big except for the one kid in the middle. So,
but they've been holding their own so far against the run.
On them a little bit. By the simple fact, we talked about the body blows earlier.
Yes, sir.
Now you can see that these body blows going to start paying off.
The wear and tear. Yes, sir. So far, this D-line has been holding against the run. They've been holding their own so far. We have third down coming up, 3rd and 4 for the Panthers. As we have some movement on the front line, that's probably going to back the Panthers up.
That's a big penalty right
yes,
there.
Sir.
Because if it's on the defense, I'll say if it was on the defense, it would have gave Southern the first down.
Yes, sir.
Now you make it a 3rd and 10, and I think the Jaguars going to probably pin their ears back.
Right. Could we possibly see a blitz here on 3rd down, Coach, 3rd and 9?
I can tell by the way they align if they're going to blitz or not.
Peter's going to have 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right.
It's not going to be a blitz right here.
Okay. As Peters dropped back to pass.
Oh, they missed it.
And the pass is nearly intercepted. Incomplete. He's trying to hook up with Trey John Spiller.
And the thing about it, Southern did the same. They dropped the interception, which possibly would have been
a
big 6 because nobody's over there, and they had men around the quarterback. Look at it. Nobody's over there if he catches that ball.
Yes. We saw this last week against Jackson State. Another opportunity for a pick 6 for Southern. Wasn't able to hold on to it.
But that's the difference between 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 5.
Yes, sir. 20 units onto the field as number 19, Chandler Whitfield, standing right at midfield to receive this punt. Ephraim Jasso is able to get all of this punt.
No, boy.
Right at the 50-yard line is where he fair catches this one.
Man, if I'm Southern coaches, I might be losing it. He caught the ball like he was catching a pop-up in baseball. He caught it with his hands and not with his elbows together.
Yes, sir. That could have easily been a disaster.
Yeah.
So when the teams make their way onto the field, we have 1:32 to go here in the 3rd quarter. It's been an interesting 3rd quarter from both squads, but the Panthers remain on top of this one, 21-10, with 1:32 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
And the thing, that's about a 30-yard position field position change from dropping the interception to where they're able to punt the ball to.
Biden has 1 receiver on each side. And he's going to hand off to Kendrick Rhines. Kendrick Rhines found a little crease up the middle. He's going to be brought down near the 40-yard line.
Yeah, a little bit more to the outside. He might get a few more yards on that.
Yes, sir.
And good job on Prairie View's backside pursuit, but they had everything they wanted front side.
Yes, sir. And check that. They went with a running back substitution that was actually number 9, Kobe Dillon. And this time he's going to do a play-action fake. And he's going to catch this one, breaks a few tackles, and he's going to run this one to the right side, past the 5, and he will be in for a Jaguars touchdown.
Hey, man.
Wow.
That dang on, I don't know how he catching that ball.
Oh, my goodness, because it was not bad coverage by the Panthers. But it was just an excellent catch by Chandler Whitfield.
Off the play.
Yes, sir. Chandler Whitfield ran a slant route on that play, nearly double covered, was able to haul that one in, and he was able to make it in for a Jaguar touchdown. 21-16 is now our score with the PAT to follow.
I think they,
as it looks like the offense of the Jaguars are going to stay on the field. As they're looking to the sideline, as we have a timeout on the field, timeout charge against the Jaguars, trying to talk things over.
Well, I don't know if it should. They had the ball. They had it in one spot. Southern asked them to move the ball. So when they ask you to move the ball, they're supposed to reset the clock to 25 seconds.
Right.
Because the ball wasn't where it went down.
Right. So either way, timeout on the field.
And you see Coach Graves and Coach McNair over there. You see it doing like this,
yes, sir.
Which means reset the clock, and they didn't do that.
Yes, sir. So we'll be interested to see how things turn out when we return. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Panther Football on the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. Teams have made their way back onto the field. So it appears there was some discrepancy in terms of which the Southern Jaguars wanted the ball to be placed. It was originally in the middle center of the field, and they moved it to the right half of the field. It appears now they moved the ball back to the center of the field as the offense comes back onto the field to try for two. As we have another stoppage in the play.
Yeah, Coach Graves is hot about having to use a timeout in a tight game like this.
Right.
So this looks like cover zero, so it should be a rub route somewhere.
Offense remains on the field to try the two-point conversion. Biden's going to have two receivers to the right and one to the left. He looks to the sideline to get the call. He sends the tight end in motion. And Biden's going to drop back the pass. He rolls to his right side. And the pass is going to be incomplete as one of the defensive linemen was looking for a holding call.
You got to play.
He wasn't able to get it. And he had the hand gestures and everything, but the back judge didn't give it to him on that play. So with that, our score remains 21-16 with 59 seconds to go here in the third quarter. But as we indicated before, definitely a ball game as the Jaguars were able to answer with a touchdown on their own. Now a one-possession ball game. It'll be interesting to see how things unfold when we return. You're listening to Panther Football on the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. Lot of action going on here in this third quarter from Blackshear Field. 59 seconds to go to be exact. As the Jaguars were able to answer with 6 points on the scoreboard. The two-point conversion was no good, and 21-6 is now our score, still in favor of the Panthers. And if those who recall this game that took place last year, the Panthers were victorious by a score of 27-21, as there were a lot of action going on in that ball game. And we see there's a lot of action going on in this ball game as well. And we'll see who comes out on top here when this game concludes.
Yeah, you can see Coach Graves is still talking about that timeout that they had to use.
As this kick is off, and they're going to let this one go in the back of the end zone. Yes, it appears that the coach is still trying to have a conversation with the official about the timeout that he had to burn on that two-point conversion.
If I was in that boat, I would feel the same way, because normally when you go for two, it's supposed to be 40 seconds on the clock. When he looked up, it was already at 18.
Right.
So they were signaling that they want the ball moved, and it should have been a 40-second clock instead of 25.
Yes, sir. Well, Cameron Peters and company tries their way onto the field to start their next drive here in the third quarter with 59 seconds to go. Ball's going to be spotted at the 25-yard line. Panthers moving from left to right.
So, look, this is the same situation. They moved the ball and didn't stop the clock. So now they reset it. Right. So if I'm Coach Graves, I'm really going crazy.
Yes, sir. Because they literally just doing the exact same thing for the Panthers.
Exact same. They moved the ball.
So ball is on the right hash. And they're going to go with a handoff to Connor Wisham up the middle, but the Jaguars are all over that one. They came in aggressively on that play.
So like I say, going back to that time situation, when somebody gets something that you just asked for,
yes,
if the head coach, if Southern hadn't been getting so many penalties, there may be a situation like baseball. You say, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to get a personal foul, 15 yards to fire my team up. Like, look, this is what we're dealing with, guys.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be 1st and 10.
You can tell they was already fired up on that last play. They met Connor Wisham in the backfield. He had nowhere to go. He actually lost a yard on that play. 2nd and 11 coming up. This time Peters, he throws, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield for a sack.
he wanted to go to Savage.
Yes.
Out here one-on-one. Savage didn't look at it, so he couldn't go back shoulder. He probably should have threw it out of bounds over Savage's head.
Yes, sir.
So here we go with another 3rd and long situation.
Sir. So first sack of the game. That last play took us to the end of the 3rd quarter. And when the teams return, ball's going to be spotted at the 20-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and about 15 to go. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action in the start of our 4th quarter right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Lot of action going on in that 3rd quarter, Coach, as we start our 4th quarter here from Blackshear Field. Panthers on top of this one, 21-16. A lot of action offensively from both squads in that 3rd quarter to get things started here in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, a lot of action.
As the teams have made their way onto the field, it's going to be 3rd and about 15 for the Panthers. And teams have switched sides now, so the Panthers going to be moving from right to left.
Good thing about it, they had a win at their back, so we'll see if they can take advantage of that fact. If I'm Prairie View, I might go with a screen or something right here.
Yes, sir.
I would expect some defensive line stunts. It looked like Southern has their smaller defensive lineman in, expecting to get pressure with 4 playing coverage.
Yes, sir. Peters got 2 receivers to the left. He sends a man in motion. This time Peters drop back to pass. He has a man on a drag route. Pass is caught. He tries to turn the field. He's going to be brought down near the 30-yard line. Won't have nearly enough for a first down.
And that's the same little underneath route that both teams run. And he's supposed to catch it and get vertical.
Yes.
But he caught it and drifted, so now he doesn't get those extra yards that he would have got. But that was a good job by Southern's defense by not getting outflanked.
Yes, sir.
Good protection, you'll take that. Sometimes you just got to hope a man miss. and then he didn't put his team in danger by throwing a interception.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You live to see another play. You're still on top of this. And so far, your defense hasn't been playing poorly here in this ball game. So with that, the punting units have made their way onto the field to punt this one off. And this time, Ethan Jasso gets all of this one as he's kicking with the wind. And this one's going to be caught at the 20-yard line. He's going to be brought down at the 20-yard line. So the punter, Ethan Jasso, has been getting all his legs underneath his punt. And in this particular case, he's kicking with the wind, and he is able to get all of that one as the Jaguars are going to start their first possession here of the fourth quarter at their own 20-yard line. Wow. We have 14:02 remaining here in the fourth quarter. 21-16 is our score. A lot of action offensively from both squads here in this second half. We'll see how aggressively the Jaguars go here to start their first drive of the fourth quarter.
And then it's being played a lot cleaner without as many penalties. So
yes, sir.
Hopefully we don't jinx either team with a whole bunch of penalties coming.
You can definitely tell that the coach is able to talk to them at halftime. This time a run up the middle, Kendrick Rhines picks up some solid yards on the play.
Hey, 77-7 went at each other, and it didn't come out good for 7.
And check that. That was Kobe Dillon on the carry for the Jaguars. Picks up 7 yards on the play. 2nd and 3 coming up. This time another handoff to Dillon. He was able to break one tackle, but he's going to be brought down still about a yard, 2 yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, they pretty much ran the same exact play and had a collision in the backfield, and he had to cut before he wanted to.
Yes, sir. And he picked up 7 yards on first down, so they went with him.
They got him out flanked up top. They got him out flanked up top.
This time, play action fake. The quarterback keeps it in 7, tries to throw it, but incomplete pass. That's going to bring up fourth down. So play action fake. He tried to just lob it to his receiver, but wasn't able to bring it in.
Yeah, he should have thrown that one. I'm punting right here.
Yes, sir.
But don't be surprised. Depending on the look, okay, Prairie View's keeping their defense out.
Right.
I'll say depending on the look, you might see a fake right here.
Right.
Because they're not going to expect it this deep in their own territory.
Yes, sir.
So they got punt tape out there, so you're probably not going to see a fake.
Yes, sir. Nevon Cooper is standing at their own 30-yard line waiting to receive this one. As the snap is off. And he's kicking against the wind, but Cooper is going to let this one take a bounce. And it takes a solid Prairie View bounce.
Prairie View bounce back to about the 50.
Yes, sir. Back to about the 50-yard line. And that's where the Panthers are going to have excellent field position to start their second offensive possession here of the fourth quarter.
Good field position.
See
if they can make something happen.
Yes, sir. We got 12:58 to go and counting here.
Got a TV timeout.
The fourth quarter. Yes, sir. TV timeout. So we'll take a timeout, and we'll come back with more Panther action right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss. Northern teams have made their way onto the field. The Panthers have a fresh set of downs at midfield. Ball officially spotted at the 49-yard line. They're on top of this one, 21-16. And they're moving from right to left. And a handoff to the running back, and he's going to be met near the line of scrimmage. He's still on his feet. Some tough running, but nothing doing on the play.
It's tough running. A lot of times, though, you'll see a guy spinning around and sort of lose control. The ball gets away from his body.
Yes, sir.
But he did a good job of trying to get extra yards. It didn't work out for him. Good thing he didn't fumble the ball.
Yes, sir, and he was able to stay in bounds, keep the clock moving. We got 12:31 to go here in the fourth quarter. We'll see how aggressively the Panthers go. They've kind of just been going with the run so far here in the fourth quarter. Trying to eat some clock, but this is only a one-possession ball game, so we'll see how aggressively they go here on offense, as Peter's going to have two receivers to the left and one to the right. And this time they're going to go with the pass, quick pass, and he tried to hook up with Chris Herron on the slant route. Wasn't able to get it to him. Solid coverage on that play by the Jaguars.
Like I say, once again, his arm and his feet are not together.
Yes, sir.
He saw it and tried to whip it with his arm, but when you whipping it, that ball is not getting there with the velocity or the timing that you think. So
and that pass was actually a little behind Chris. Chris had to kind of turn his body a little bit. It would have been a great catch if he was able to haul it in, but sometimes that's a tough catch to make, especially on those slant routes.
Got another 3rd and long. Let's see what both teams come up with.
3rd and 10 to be exact.
So I'm thinking they're going to try to throw the slot fade to Savage right here. But they don't have the look. See the safety right here?
Yes, sir.
They don't have the look to say the blitz look that they want to throw the slot fade against.
Yes, sir. So we have a stoppage in the play, timeout on the field, timeout charge against the Panthers. It appears they kind of want to talk things over. And we'll take this opportunity to go through some more scoring updates around the Southwestern Athletic Conference. But before we do that, I want to remind all of our listeners that you can join us for the 1876 After Party Post-Game Show featuring yours truly, Dr. Mike Prince, as he'll break down the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm sure there's plenty to break down in this ball game, specifically the second half of this ball game. And again, you can listen to that by dialing 857-777-0000. The number again is 857-777-0000. And it's the after party post game show featuring yours truly, Dr. Mike Prince. I want to let all of our listeners know that if you would like to become a listening partner, you can do so by visiting our website at obnradio.com. Teams have made their way onto the field. We have 3rd and 10 coming up for the Panthers. Ball spotted at the 49-yard line. Peters back to pass. He steps up into the pocket, still a little bit of time, and he's going to be brought down for a sack as he had his eyes downfield trying to hook up with a man. Didn't see the Jaguars kind of reeling in on him on that play.
I have no idea what they call way back here. It was a sack on the play. It had to be a personal foul that's going to drive Coach like 40 yards away from the play.
Yes, sir. As the officials are still talking things over.
It's one of those deals, you're on Prairie View sideline. If you Southern, you can't do anything dumb. You already had 3 or 4 personal fouls this game already.
Yes, sir. As the officials are still talking things over, as we're going to wait to get the official call. And if you're a PV Nation, if there was any time to come alive, it would be now.
So he left the flag. So that means he's probably strongly convicted about making that call. I'm thinking it's a personal foul, not a holding, because he wasn't even looking that way.
Yes, sir.
So it may be a personal foul the way because I saw the guy from Southern fussing at the other guy, like, why you do that?
And while the officials are still talking things over, so far here in this ball game, from a stat standpoint, total net yards pretty much evenly for both squads. 272 total yards for the Jaguars to 248 yards for the Panthers. The only slight difference is the rushing yards.
Wow. Yeah, man.
So if catching a break was a definition, that would be it, Coach. as the Panthers catch a huge break on third down. Holding penalty charge against the Southern Jaguars, and the Panthers will have a fresh set of downs.
Hey, that's like that stimulus shit. You might not be all in for it, but you'll definitely take it once it hits your account.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, you 40 yards away from the ball.
Oh, my goodness.
And you get that call.
And that could definitely be a momentum change here in this ball game.
He wasn't looking at the kid or anything, so.
If the Panthers are able to put up points on this drive, that's going to be a huge momentum swing. That one play could be a huge momentum swing. We still got plenty of time. It's 11:53 to go here in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about a huge momentum swing, and the Panthers catching a break on that third down. Southern Jaguars had an opportunity to get off the field, but a holding penalty, and the Panthers will have a fresh set of downs. Ball now spotted at the 40-yard line of the Jaguars. And a handoff to the running back. He's going to be met right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, good run blitz on first down. You saw they crashed the defensive line to the inside and brought a linebacker off the edge over here.
Yes, sir. Number 23, Scoot Adams on the carry for the Panthers.
And the next first down, they may run the same exact play and have the quarterback pull the ball knowing that they probably going to see that same blitz again.
Hey, check that. That was actually number 27, Jamarius Brooks on the carry for the Panthers. 2nd and 10 coming up. Two receivers to the left for Peters. And the same play on second down, handoff to Brooks. This time he was able to pick up about 2 yards on the play, so we'll have third down coming up.
Third and about 5 coming up. Let's see. Probably going to see that mesh route again.
Yes, sir. As we got Shamar Savage lined up in the slot receiver here on the near side of the field. As Peter's going to have 2 receivers to the left. Brooks going to be offset to his left. This time another handoff to Brooks. He tried to bounce it to the left side, but he's not going to have a whole lot doing. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the first down.
Good long 2, as they say.
That was third down. Yes, sir. So fourth down coming up, and it appears that the field goal unit is going to make their way onto the field.
Field goal or punt?
It looks like he's got the leg for. Yes, sir. So ball is fired at the 34-yard line.
He got it.
Going to be about a 50-yard field goal attempt from Ephraim Jasso. As the snap is down, kick is up, and it is no good.
Right left. Had the distance.
Yes, sir.
A little bit to the left.
Little bit to the left. Kick is no good. Definitely have the leg under it, but with that, it's going to be a turnover on downs with 9:50 to go here in the fourth quarter. So the holding penalty charge against the Jaguars did not come back to bite them on this drive, Coach.
Hey, sometimes them jokers say ball don't lie. That ain't a good example of it right there.
We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action right here in the Over Mike Broadcast Network. And you may be able to hear the sounds of the marching storm in the background as they're trying to make PV Nation come alive here in the fourth quarter with 9:50 to go, as the Panthers on top of this one by the score of 21-16, as the Jaguars have made their way onto the field for their offense, and they're going to have this one at their own 33-yard line, 1st and 10, moving from left to right. Biden back to pass, and he's going to roll out to the pocket. Pass is going to be incomplete. He was trying to check it down to the running back, Dylan, out the backfield, wasn't able to get it to him.
Yeah, they wanted to take a deep shot, but the cornerback on Prairie View sideline was playing pretty far off.
Yes, sir.
And you can have boat speed, but you're not going to be able to eat that cushion up if he's already backpedaling.
Yes, sir. And that's the cornerback, Freddie Beer, here on the near side of the field. So not a big cornerback, but he'll definitely play you close. 2nd and 10 coming up. Biden looks right, throws right. This time he'll check it to the running back, and he'll cut upfield. Took a hard shot, lowered his shoulder through 3 Panther defenders, and we have one.
That's what you call friendly fire right there.
Woo!
The defenders hit each other.
As one of those Panthers defenders that was in on that last play is down on the field, as the running back, Kobe Dillon of the Jaguars, took on not 1, not 2, but 3 Panther defenders on that last play.
And the thing about that kid, 7, has taken some shots.
Yes, sir.
Already today from some of the fullbacks, the offensive linemen. So he's taken a few hits already.
And that is number 7, Jeremiah Harris. Yes, sir. So he'll definitely need an ice bath after this one.
What probably happened, the 2 guys collided, and when he collided with his teammate, it's a whiplash effect that occurs.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you'll get that tingle down right above your hamstring from that whiplash.
Wow. Well, Jeremiah Harris is able to walk off on his own power. Took a huge shot on that play.
Yes, sir.
But he was able to walk off on his own power, so that's a good sign of your PV Nation, that the teams are making their way back onto the field, as we have a huge 3rd down coming up, 3rd and 7, after the hookup from Biden to the running back, Dylan, and we have 3rd and 7 coming up. Ball spotted at the 36-yard line.
He's got to have great anticipation, because they look like they're just playing cover 2, some type of cover 2 read, which means you got to get some crossing routes or a curl route.
Yes, sir. And Noah Biden is going to throw this one quickly, but the Panthers are able to wrap up on the play.
Close.
And he's going to be close to a 1st down. He's going to be about at least 1.5 yards shy of the 1st down, as the running back, Kobe Dillon, is telling his coach, let's go for it.
And the thing about it, if Biden throws that ball out in front, he has a
little bit of running room. Yes, sir.
Or if he catches the ball cleanly, it may not be a Biden throw.
So about 4th and 2, the offense of the Jaguars are going to remain on the field. Ball is at the 41-yard line. Noah Biden looks to the sideline to get the call.
I'm running this thing.
And they're going to do just that. They're going to hand off to Kobe Dillon, but he's going to be met near the line of scrimmage as the Panthers defense holds, and it's going to be a turnover on downs.
Hey, 90 get extra food after this game. Extra food, extra drink.
Yes, sir.
All he did was pinch inside. He beat the guy across his face.
Yes, sir.
And that should have been a 1st down, but he whipped that guy's butt and made a play for him.
Yes, sir. And he was near the 1st down marker, as you can see where the ball is officially spotted at. It's about 1/2 yard shy of the 1st down. But to your point, great job by the defensive end with the defensive line, number 90, Fred Stokes.
He's been all over things.
Yes, sir.
He's gotten sacks, tackle for loss, penalties against their offensive linemen. Now, by the same token, a couple games, they're going to have to calm him down. Same play.
Yes, sir. This time a handoff to the running back, Brooks, up the middle.
That's when the quarterback going to have to pull it, because they had a defense outflanked. So sooner or later, he's got to pull it, and he may knock the goalpost down when he does.
And that was actually number 20, Chase Bigman, on the carry for the Panthers, as they're running a read option offensively, but Peters keeps handing it off to the running back. We're interested to see if he'll pull it here on this drive, as Bigman actually lost 2 yards on that play. So 2nd and 12 coming up. Clock continues to roll here with 7:50 to go. And this time Peters dropped back the pass. He has a man. That pass is caught Shamar Savage on the near side of the field is only able to pick up about 4 yards on the play.
Got a manageable.
As we have a whistle, a flag coming out to the play. Looks like it should be a personal foul penalty. Charge against the Jaguars.
Man.
As the sideline of the Panthers was celebrating, so this should be charged against the Jaguars.
I didn't see what happened. Once again, you on Prairie View sideline.
Yes, sir. It was definitely some extra activity going on after the play. And
that was a 3rd and a 7 or 8, and
yes,
you go
sir.
to 1st and 10. So we've seen this happen before.
So due to the personal foul call charge against the Jaguars, ball now well inside Jaguar territory. Ball now spotted at the 22-yard line. A big Zach hard count, and the Jaguar jumped offside. Free play, pass incomplete, but there should be an offside charge against the Jaguars.
So you got a free play.
Yes, sir.
They did get the free play. I see the flags at the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
But it wasn't a pass. They really want to get the pass interference call.
Yes, sir.
But didn't get it.
Yes, sir. Want the pass interference, but they'll take the 5 from the offside charge against the Jaguars. So it's going to be 1st and 5 now. Ball spotted at the should be about
and these penalties actually take Southern Pride out the game.
Yes, sir. 1st and 5. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left for Peters. And they try to go with a hard count yet again.
So now they see what the blitz is about to be. It's still the same run blitz. That guy right there is going to take the slot receiver.
And a handoff. This time this was the quarterback, Peters, up the middle, was only able to get back to the line of scrimmage. Have some motion going on in the backfield.
Yeah, so what they did, they looked like there was supposed to be a reverse.
Yes, sir.
Coming back to the short side of the field, and because he had penetration, that guy coming off the edge, he couldn't pitch it to the receiver that was coming back.
Yes, sir. So 2nd and about 4 coming up now for the Panthers. And this time another handoff to the running back, and he's going to turn the corner, lowers his shoulder. He's going to be brought down at about the 5-yard line. We have another flag on the play here on the near side of the field.
It looks like it's going to be holding on the Panthers.
Yes, sir.
So that's, depending on where they mark the hole, which it should be back here, it'll probably be 2nd and about 14.
Scoot Adams had a lot of room to run here on the near side of the field, and we see why now. So holding penalty charge against the Panthers is going to back them up, and they're going to replay 2nd down.
So it's going to be 2nd and about 12, looks like.
Yes, sir.
It's almost one of those I don't want it, you take it type of deal. It's a win if Southern can hold them to a field goal right here.
Yes, sir. Ball now spotted at the 18-yard line. Panthers moving from right to left. As we have another stoppage in the play. Feels that it may be a timeout on the field, but the officials are huddled up right now. We're not quite sure. I don't see a timeout signal.
The only thing, they may have noticed the injury. So sometimes if the referee notices an injury, they can send a guy off the field.
Yes, sir. Well, while they talk things over, we'll take a timeout, and we'll come back with more Panther action right here on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. Teams have made their way back onto the field. It appears that the officials were trying to discuss where the ball needed to be spotted after that last penalty. The ball is now going to be spotted at the 22-yard line. And Peters is just going to throw this one out of bounds. I don't see a flag to indicate intentional grounding. But I see it now, and there it is.
But he had 88 over.
Right, he did.
Because 88 was tied up with all those linemen. May not have seen him in the mix.
That is unfortunate. So there will be intentional grounding charge against the quarterback. He did have his tight end, number 88, over here on the near side of the field. But because he was tied up with everything else with the linemen, they really didn't recognize him as a receiver.
So second down.
So now it's third down. Yes.
And the spot where he went down there.
Yes. So now the ball is going to be spotted at the 31-yard line as the Panthers will have to get to the, here's about the 12-yard line for a first down. And as you mentioned before, not too many plays in the playbook for this amount of yardage you have to get.
You might want to pray for pass interference.
And it looks like they may just play for the field goal.
Yeah.
So another handoff, and he tried to get it right in the center. And it appears that they're going to try to play for the field goal as he was brought down after picking up about 2 yards as the field goal units are making their way onto the field.
If they make this, that's going to make it an 8-point game.
Yes, sir.
So it's still a one-possession game for Southern. But it's going to put some pressure on their offense where they have to score and have to get 2.
So ball is spotted at the 27-yard line. Should be about, a 43-yarder for Ephraim Jasso. As the snap is down, kick is up. He has plenty of room as it is right through the uprights. So 24 to 16 is now our score as the Panthers able to walk away with 3 points on that possession. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action on the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. It's an 8-point ball game here from Blackshear Field. Panthers on top of this one, 24-16. They was able to add 3 more points to their score. 43-yard field goal attempt that was good from Ephraim Jasso. And then the Panthers are ready to kick this one off, kicking from right to left. We have 5:41 to go here in the fourth quarter.
I don't know why those guys coming up.
Because this one is definitely not going to be returned. As he got the win on his side. As this one's going to still in the end zone. So the Jaguars are going to have this one at their own 25-yard line.
So this is a good battle we got going. Can Prairie View get a stop? Can Southern get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion?
And as we mentioned before, stat-wise for these two teams, again, 280 total yards for the Jaguars, 255 for the Panthers. Again, the only thing that's been the difference is the run game. 119 total yards on the run for the Jaguars and only 79 yards on the ground for the Panthers here in this ball game. As the Jaguars are going to have 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Biden's going to hand off to the running back, Dylan. He's going to pick up some positive yards on the play.
Good job. You get ahead of the chains. Now you can call your play action pass, your rollout, or you can run it again.
Yes, sir. And that was actually number 8, C.J. Russell, on that carry for the Jaguars. They're going to go quickly with Russell again. This time he's going to break some tackles, and he has a wide open lane on the far side of the field. Finally brought down out of bounds. And he'll have a huge gain in the first down for the Jaguars. Wow.
That was good hustle because I would say 9 times out of 10, good thing he was running to the short side of the field, so he was able to take an angle to cut it off. But 2 running plays, you way ahead of the chains.
That was a huge run by C.J. Russell on that play. And it's time another handoff, and he's going to break another tackle.
Good hustle.
And he's going to be brought down, picks up some positive yards on the play.
Not a real big kid, great balance. Good hustle by the linebacker to finish that play off for the Panthers.
Yes, sir. Not a big kid at all. That's number 29, Braylon Morgan, on the carry for the Jaguars. Getting some action offensively. 2nd and 6 coming up. Another handoff to Morgan. He's going to break 1 tackle. He's not going to have anything doing on that play. It's going to bring up 3rd down for the Jaguars.
You got to be able to get some running yards. And it's two down territory.
Yes, sir.
They should have been able to get more out of that. But the defensive end did a good job staying at home.
Yes, sir. Huge 3rd down coming up. Ball is spotted at the 42-yard line of the Panthers. Jaguars moving from left and right. 4 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see RPO with a backside slant.
Biden back to pass. He has a man. That pass is going to be caught, and he's going to break some tackles, still on his feet, and he's going to be brought down inside the 20-yard line. A first down for the Jaguars.
Yeah, good read by Biden. Like I say, he's having time.
Yes, sir.
And if you give him time, he can put the ball in some places that a lot of people can't get it into.
Huge credit to the offensive line of the Southern Jaguars in this ball game. Biden has had plenty of time to drop back the pass. This time he's going to hand off to Morgan, and Morgan's not going to have anything doing. He's going to be brought down on the play.
That's just a simple zone. So the thing with Biden, he doesn't add anything in a running game. So Prairie View can just pretty much tee off on the running back.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes Biden is going to have to pull it just to get some yards.
Yes, sir.
That same thing he's doing.
And check it, that was actually C.J. Russell on that play. So now we got 2nd down coming up, 2nd and goal. Ball is spotted at the 11-yard line. A handoff to Russell. Russell found a lane, and he's going to be brought down inside the 10.
So it's going to be 3rd and goal from about the 3-yard line.
He was actually inside the 5-yard line on that play.
Maybe more than that. Okay, they didn't get the spot that I thought.
So they're going to say he's at the 4-yard line. That's where the 3rd down is going to come up. Another handoff to Russell. He's going to break some tackles, and he's going to easily slide in for a touchdown.
So they're going to go for 2.
Yes, sir.
So we shouldn't have all the stuff that happened. They should be telling the referee where they want the ball right now.
Yes, sir. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. 24-22 is now our score with 2:32. It appears that the offense of the Southern Jaguars will remain on the field to attempt this 2-point conversion to tie this ball game up. And I would actually say if the Panthers can hold defensively, as he's going to throw this one in the end zone, and the pass is going to be caught. And with that, we are all tied at 24.
Man, I did not see what happened.
Wow. I mean, he was just wide open in the end zone. It was
trying to see the
miscommunication in coverage for the Panthers, as he was wide open in the end zone.
And the thing about it, Southern has never lost a game in this stadium, and they know that. Prairie View knows that. So sometimes that gets in your mind like Southern probably thinking we still in this.
Yes,
and
sir.
Prairie View is probably thinking, man, we gotta, you almost play not to lose. The good thing about it for Prairie View, they got the win at their back, and they have an outstanding kicker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who wants it more? We'll find out when the teams return. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action on the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. 24-24 is our score as this kick is off. And he's going to field this one at the 10-yard line. He passed the 20, and he had a little bit of a lane, but he ran into his own man. But they'll still have excellent field position.
That don't happen.
Oh, my goodness.
Prairie View is kicking the extra point right about now.
Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness.
Because Southern guys stacked each other, and nobody was left to make the play.
Excellent, excellent return on that play.
And that's what I was talking about. Kicking into the wind, that makes the ball hold up. So now he can catch that ball running forward.
Yes, sir. Panthers have one timeout here in the fourth quarter. We got 2:25 to go.
Let's see if they make the band stop playing.
Ball is fired at their own 36-yard line. Panthers moving from right to left. Here we go. Peter's going to have 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. And he's going to be accompanied by Connor Wisham in the backfield.
Hey, man, there's some pressure right here. People don't realize it, but if you're on either side of the ball, there's some pressure on these guys that's out there playing. Can you execute?
As they're discussing the game clock.
So they're taking 7 seconds off the clock. They may not have run it during the, what's it called?
Yes, sir.
High-level pressure situation. Can you make the throw? Can you make the catch? Can you block up front and give your guy time?
1st and 10, ball at the 36-yard line. Peters looks right, throws right. He has a man. That pass is nearly intercepted, incomplete. As he was trying to hook up with Chris Herron on the slant route. That's pretty much been his route all ball game. Wasn't able to get it to him on that play.
Well, there's a different coverage. They weren't playing cover 1 or cover 3. It's a cover 2 shell.
Right.
So it's a different space you have to squeeze that ball in.
2nd and 10 coming up. That incomplete pass will stop the clock with 2:15 to go. Ball's fired at the 36-yard line. Peters back to pass, and he's going to safely check this one down to his running back, and he's going to run this one out of bounds. Picks up some positive yards on the play.
You got to finish outside and make them use a timeout or let the clock run down.
Yes, sir.
See, right now they're going to let it go to the 2-minute timeout.
Yes, sir. So that last play will take us to the 2-minute timeout. When the teams return to the field, we'll have 3rd and about 6. Ball spotted at the 41-yard line. 24-24 is all our score. It's going to be an interesting 2 minutes here from Blackshear Field. We'll take a break and come back with more Panther action on the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. Lot of action coming here from Blackshear Field. Andre Davis alongside Coach Heiss Northern. We have exactly 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. We are all tied at 24, Coach. When the teams will make their way onto the field, the Panthers will have third and about 5 at their own 41-yard line.
I think you're going to see those shallow crossing routes with a deep sit route. I think Southern just going to play coverage right here because they've been getting decent pressure.
Yes, sir.
So there's no need for them to go cover zero blitz because the cover zero blitz got them beat right before the halftime. So I'm thinking we're going to see crossers right here with a swing route to the running back coming this way.
3rd and 5. Ball spotted at the 41-yard line. Peterson's a man in motion. As Peters dropped back the pass, he got pressure. He rolls to his left side, still looking downfield, and he'll just safely take this one himself. And he's going to be brought down near the first down marker. It's going to be interesting to see where they spot this one, Coach. As Cameron Peters had a man downfield, but he rolled to his left side, and he just decided to take it himself on that play.
Got the first down.
Yes, sir.
I saw him way forward, so
yes,
they got the first down.
Yes, he did.
But that's the thing that happens when you have a guy like that. So now we have to see that Southern have to use a timeout.
As we're looking at a first set of downs now for the Panthers with 1:50 to go here in the fourth.
Clock should be rolling.
Yes, sir. Clock is now rolling with 1:45 to go. Ball now spotted at the 47-yard line. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Handoff. Connor Wisham, nothing doing. Southern all over that play. And they're actually going to lose some yards on that play.
Yeah, you probably, like I said, I'm thinking they're going to get some positive yards because they see a cover 2 shell.
Right.
So you think you can run and the linebackers are kicked to the field.
Yes, sir.
So right now, it's definitely going to be a pass.
Peters, drop back the pass. Goes to the left side yet again. He has Shamar Savage open, but he's just going to throw this one. Chris Herring on the drag route, and he was able to hook up with him. Near the first down marker, he may be about
on the play?
a yard shy.
Oh, you can barely see the flag.
So we can take all those yards back and then some. The holding penalty charged against the Panthers, back them up 10 yards.
And, man, they've been playing so clean.
Wow.
This whole second half.
Yes.
But the guy that he's playing against is a pretty good football player.
Yes, sir.
High motor, good athlete.
So 10-yard penalty is going to back them up 10 yards, but they will repeat second down, second and about 23 to go. Ball now spotted at the 34-yard line. Panthers moving from right to left. 58 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Peters, back to pass. He steps up into the pocket. He has a lane on the right side, and he'll just take it himself. Shares one defender, still on his feet. He's going to be brought down out of bounds as he was able to get those yards back and then some.
That's what you get with that. A guy like that playing quarterback.
Yes, sir.
Might not make the best throws, might not do a lot of things, but that's what he gives you. So now it's 3rd and 8, where you probably thinking you were going to be in 3rd and 15.
Yes, sir. Cameron Peters getting things done on second down and putting the offense in a more manageable third down, 3rd and 8 to be exact.
And the other thing he did, he got out of bounds too, so that saves you a timeout.
47 seconds ago here in the fourth quarter, 3rd and 8. Peters, back to pass. He has a man. Shamar Savage, the pass is caught. There was a pick, and Shamar Savage was able to get open. And he was brought down near the 40-yard line, but they're going to say he's down as the ball came out. Shamar Savage with a huge reception in the first down for the Panthers. PV Nation coming alive here in Blackshear Field as the Panthers are looking at the first set of downs.
It's got to be a false start.
Oh, my goodness.
But, to me, that goes back to officiating because they should have put the ball down sooner so they can run the play. And then they trying to run the play. You still got referees over the ball.
Yes, sir.
All that type of stuff is going to lead to confusion for those players down there.
And if I'm the quarterback, because clearly not everybody was set on that play.
And normally they going on first down or set hut or something like that.
Yes.
So they may take this flag away and say it's the referee's fault all that happened.
For making sure the clock wasn't set and going before the.
Because it was.
There you go. To the coach's point,
But like
they
I said,
picked up the flag.
And, you know, I know a lot of those guys. That's bad officiating, man.
So they're going to pick up the flag, and the ball should be spied at the 40-yard line of the Jaguars.
Really, it should be some time ran off the clock.
Right.
Because they took so long to set it.
Right.
When that number 1 gets set, that's when the clock is supposed to start, not when the referee backs out and all that kind of stuff. So once that box, the down marker gets set, the clock is supposed to start then they can put it for set, ready to play, because that referee has moved off the ball.
And it wouldn't surprise me that that's what the head coach may be talking to the officials about as far as like the more time should be taken off the clock.
They should have to use a timeout.
Right.
Or they should have to use a timeout or a 10-second runoff.
A lot of action going on here. So they're actually putting more time on the game clock as they're resetting it to 40 seconds.
Yeah, I guarantee it's going to be a lot of film sent into the conference office after this game.
Wow. So first set of downs for the Panthers. 40 seconds ago, ball fired at the 40-yard line. Okay. Peters back to pass. He'll step into the pocket yet again. This time he'll take it himself. Running on the far side of the field, lowers his shoulder, and he's going to run out of bounds.
And he got out of bounds again.
Yes, sir. Got out of bounds yet again. Picks up positive yards on that play for the Panthers.
That's a lot of 14-second runoff on one play.
So now we're sitting at about 26 seconds to go. Ball spotted at about the 45-yard line, 44-yard line. Only picks up about 4 yards on the play. A lot of running for about 3 or 4 yards, Coach.
Tackle him in bounds. Make him use the timeout. Prairie View still got both their timeouts. Hadn't had to use one yet. So that's pretty big. You could pretty much run a quarterback draw because you're almost in field goal range.
Yes, sir. This time,
see, there we go.
A fake handoff, and the quarterback kept it himself.
Timeout.
And now they're showing that the Panthers only have 1 timeout remaining. Interesting. The Jaguars have 2 timeouts. They're saying the Panthers only have 1 timeout remaining as the clock continues to run. And we don't have.
So they're in field goal range.
Right. And it appears that Bud McDowell is going to call timeout with 1 second remaining. He's going to put it in the hands of his anchor to seal the deal here from Blackshear Field. Ball is at the 35-yard line. Should be about a 52-yard field goal attempt. Wow. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with the final conclusion. Can Ephraim Jasper get it done for the Panthers? You're listening to Panther Football on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And it comes down to this 52-yard field goal attempt from Ephraim Jasso.
He definitely has the legs.
Yes, sir. As Southern Jaguars are going to call a timeout, trying to ice the kicker as they had 2 timeouts remaining.
So, look, he kicked that one. So now he knows how to adjust from there.
Yes, sir.
He tried to overkick that one.
Yes, sir.
But this is what I tell kickers. Just get it up and just be long. Don't worry about if you're good or not. Give yourself a chance by being long enough. Get it up. You got the wind at your back.
Yes, sir.
That sucker might hit the goal post and bounce off, but if you short, you have no chance. But that sucker hit that crossbar, the upright, and go back in.
And doesn't mean it feel like the wind picked up a little bit even more within the last 2 minutes. It's like the wind knows.
At the top, now you see the flag. Remember, earlier we couldn't see the flag on top of the goal.
Yes,
and
sir.
this sucker blowing straight to the field house.
Yes, sir.
But like I say, if I'm Southern, I'm going to flinch and try to draw somebody outside.
Yes, sir.
Without me being outside. Prairie View, just like they say, got to hold their water and don't let somebody get a short corner.
TV Nation is on their feet for this one. 52-yard field goal attempt.
This is going to be all over Instagram either way it goes. Snapchat, whatever.
Ephraim Jasso trying to seal the deal here at Blackshear Field. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is blocked. Wow. And it looks like
they cannot run that ball. That's an incomplete.
Right.
Referees need to be blowing the whistle for somebody to get hurt.
Right.
So that's an incomplete forward pass.
Yes, sir. Ephraim Jasso was able to recover the ball. It was a blocked field goal. He was able to recover it. He was able to throw it downfield as an incomplete pass. And that 1 second took the final second off the game clock. And it appears that we're going to see some overtime here in today's ball game, Coach.
Do you remember early in the game we were talking about people were leaving? I'm like, they're missing the best part of the game.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be some cigarettes, high blood pressure, whiskey, black and mild, whatever you do to bring your nerves down at this type of game right here.
Yes, sir. Don't go anywhere. We have overtime coming here from Blackshear Field. 24-24 is our score. We'll come back and give you more analysis right here on the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. Wow. And welcome back to the Yellow Mike Broadcast Network. Or should I say, welcome to overtime here from Blackshear Field. 24-24 is our score, and we are in overtime here from Blackshear Field. It has been a bomb burner, and if you are still tuning in, you are in for a treat here as it appears that the Jaguars have won the toss and they're going to get an opportunity first here. So the rules of overtime in college football, both teams will have an opportunity to get a crack at it offensively. Even if the Jaguars score here, the Panthers will get an opportunity at the 25-yard line. Essentially, they'll just switch, and the Panthers will get an opportunity. Now, if the Panthers get a stop and then they score with a field goal or a touchdown, the game is over.
And the defensive score ends the game, too.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
So a handoff to the running back, and he's going to break some tackles, and he's going to be in for a touchdown.
The game is not over.
The game is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen, yes. But the first play of overtime, the Southern Jaguars were able to score.
Hey,
wow.
You know what? I went to watch Southern play Texas Southern last year, and that same kid had a walk-off touchdown.
Kendrick Wimes on that touchdown for the Southern Jaguars here in overtime.
3 missed tackles. 3 missed tackles.
3 missed tackles, yes, sir. 3
At the
missed
point of
tackles.
attack.
Wow. The snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. 31-24 is now our score in favor of the Southern Jaguars. It is not over yet. The Panthers will have to score on their next possession. And we're going to keep it right here.
I don't think people understand that the game is not over.
Right. And if I'm PB Nation, if there's any point in time, I see fans kind of answering it right now. But if I'm PB Nation, this should be the time to get ramped up.
But remember when I said if I'm Southern, I'm a play defense in front of my band.
Right.
So look like they.
But they're just switching sides. But Panthers do have the option if they want to play on this side, right? Coach?
The next overtime.
Right. So the team just switched sides. Ball now at the 25-yard line. Panthers now have their opportunity to score here in overtime.
Hitch and go out here.
A handoff. Action fake. Pass is going to be incomplete.
Yes.
That was a solid play action fake, but there was good coverage in the secondary for the Jaguars.
The play action was so good.
Yes,
I thought the running back had the ball. When I see the ball come out,
you and me both, Coach.
I think really they can go back to that same play and run a slant with a wheel or a curl with a wheel, and we're going to be playing another overtime.
Because Peters hides the ball exceptionally well on those play action fakes.
And then you got Savage out here. I might try to see if I can get one to him because they one-on-one out here.
Yes, sir. Peterson's a man in motion. Connor Wisham is going to be directly behind him. He sees Chris Herron in motion yet again. This time Peters is going to keep to himself. And he's going to stay on his feet. But he took a shot at the 10-yard line. But they're going to say he stepped out of bounds.
No, don't go out there.
Wow.
You need to keep the trainers off the field just in case he still can go.
Get
him back.
Now we have a flag on the far side of the field.
Well, he stepped out of bounds.
Yes.
So it may just be a mark the spot type of deal. But he was still running.
Right.
That wasn't a personal foul. He was still running.
And the officials are huddled up to talk this one through.
It's crazy, man. But keep the trainers off the field so he can keep playing.
Yes, sir.
He'll heal up tomorrow.
Right?
It's not a hit. Like, if it was a concussion type of injury,
yeah,
I'm all for bringing him off the field.
It was just a football play.
That's bang on bang.
Yes, sir. Just a football play. But he'll definitely need an ice bath after this play.
Yeah. Now, he dipped his shoulder, so I don't know what the flag is for.
Yes, sir. The officials are still huddled up to talk things through.
For what?
It appears that this play,
if he stepped out of bounds, that's probably what they're looking at.
Yes, sir.
Because you saw some guys slow down a little bit.
Yeah, and I saw one of the officials try to stand where he kind of stood out of bounds. But all the collision happened right at the 10-yard line, but it looks like they got the ball spotted about the 17-yard line.
That's where they probably think he stepped out back there.
Right. So the officials are going to talk things through. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with more Panther action right here in overtime. You listen to the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. And welcome back to overtime here from Blackshear Field. So we was able to get the call. It appears that they were trying to find the spot of the foul, the spot of the ball. It appears that the quarterback, Cameron Peters, actually stepped out at about the 17-yard line. So we got 3rd and about 2 coming up here.
I'm keeping the ball in Peters' hands.
And this time they're going to hand off to the running back, and he should have enough for a first down.
That was a good running play. Good job picking up the first down.
Yes, sir.
Moving the chain.
Yes, sir.
So you see 69 is coming back in, another offensive lineman.
So 1st and 10.
I'm thinking a good play action pass.
Yes.
Are they going to run power this way? Yep.
And a handoff to McDowell. He took a shot, but he lowered his shoulder. Oh, and he was not able to stay on his feet. Laminga McDowell took a shot, but he was able to stay on his feet inside the 10-yard line, picks up some positive yards on first down for the Panthers.
This is where the weight room and the extra conditioning
yes, sir.
Right here.
Yes, sir. We have 2nd and 4 coming up for the Panthers. Ball is at the 7-yard line. So maybe some miscommunication between McDowell and Peters. It appears that McDowell wanted him to hand it to him, and Peters pulled it.
That's just a pull and follow.
Yes.
Right there. So it's like you said, if he gives it off, the kid may score.
Yes.
But at the same time, quarterback thinking they're going to crash down on him, and I get outside, nobody's going to be there. And Southern has gone to their bare front. They got 5 defensive linemen in the game, and they're going to try to shut down the run and get to the quarterback.
And you can see the frustration of McDowell, the running back, on that last play as he wanted Peters to hand it to him. So we got 3rd and 3 coming up. Ball is at the 7-yard line. This time he's going to hand off to McDowell. McDowell lowers his shoulder, and they're trying to push him forward. And he won't make it to the end zone, but he will have enough for a first down. It should be 1st and goal.
1st and goal from the 1.
McDowell had the entire offense, including PB Nation, trying to wheel him into the end zone on that last play, but he was stopped shy at about the 1-yard line.
Keep it in. I'm getting Wisham back in, or Peters is going to keep this football.
Yes, sir. Well, McDowell is your power back, especially up the middle. I wouldn't mind feeding him again on this next play.
So it looks like they're going back to their
And McDowell is in the Wildcat formation right now. And they're going to hand off to McDowell. He's not going to
down, guy.
Right. They went with the Wildcat, but McDowell kind of fumbled the ball a little bit at the snap. Wasn't able to get the full momentum to start off.
It throws your timing off. That's
yes, sir.
Keep Peters and keep it in his hand. Get him to the edge. They don't have an answer for him getting to the edge of the offense.
Yes, sir. So McDowell actually loses about 2 yards on the play. So 2nd and goal coming up as the quarterback, Cameron Peters, checks back into the game here on 2nd down. 3 receivers to the right. Another handoff to McDowell, but the Southern Jaguars were anticipating it. He's going to lose 2 more yards on the play. So a 3rd down coming up.
They got 2 downs.
Yes, sir.
A touchdown and an extra point.
Yes, sir. As we have some substitutions offensively for the Panthers. Shamar Savage and Chris Herring checks in for the Panthers.
So it looks like they're going full wide.
If I'm TV Nation,
you don't want to make a lot of noise. Like I say, I'm surprised Southern Band stopped playing.
Right.
This should be a penalty right here. All right. All right, they stopped and got set.
Peterson's a man in motion. Peter dropped back the pass, and he has Chris Herring. Oh, my goodness. And the pass is nearly intercepted. Wow. And that would have been a ball game, but he was not able to hang on to it, and the Panthers live to see another play.
4th down.
Wow.
Game on. Perfect coverage.
So 2 weeks in a row, these dropped interceptions from Southern.
Did they call holding on
somebody? Well, the officials are huddled up right now.
Oh, they trying to say, well, they can say he caught it and fumbled it, but Prairie View got the ball right back, which would make it go back to Prairie View.
Yes,
even
sir.
though it was a change of possession.
Yes, sir.
He could have caught it and just taken a knee. He trying to get a pick six, just catch it and get down. Because it's situational football.
Because he definitely took a couple of steps with it before that ball came out. So it's going to be interesting to see what they call here.
I wouldn't be surprised if they say first down Prairie View. Because they could say he caught it and let the ball go. Prairie View picked it up immediately. And Prairie View's guys should have ran it in the end zone.
So that would be
number 4 picked it up.
So that would be an interception, then fumble, and then recovered by the Panthers. Wow. Lot to uncover there.
One of the wide receivers was blocking while he was running his route.
So they called a pass interference. But really,
they called a pick. Remember, they ran it earlier?
Right.
So they called a pick on the they went bunch, and the point man, what we call a point man, which is the first guy, picked the defensive back.
And those can be very interesting because when it works and there's no flag, it works well. The Panthers did that again in the first half.
What probably happened, Southern's defensive back was jamming the guy as well. So to the referees, it looked like he was blocking. To the defense, it looks like a pick. To the offense, it looks like I'm trying to release into my route. So
Bubba McDowell,
who's looking at it?
Well, he was trying to get some clarification with the official with that last call. But the ball is going to be spotted at the 20-yard line, third down for the Panthers.
Third and goal to go. So you got 2 chances to get the ball in the end zone.
2 receivers on each side. Peters back to pass, and he steps up. And he'll take a sack at the 25-yard line.
So you still got one more down.
Still got one more down. And you can credit that sack to number 1, Kelby Gibbons, the defensive end for the Southern Jaguars. And this is the play right here. 4th and goal, but the ball is at the 25-yard line. Panthers will have to score to keep their overtime hopes alive.
They need to bag number 8 up.
Yes, sir.
Prairie View is probably going to try to get the ball to the corner in this dead spot over here.
Yes, sir.
If they can, the middle of the field is wide open, and the dead spots are outside the numbers are wide open.
The receiver to the right as Peter steps up, and he's going to be sacked. And that will do it. Wow. And just like that, the Southern Jaguars are victorious in overtime here by the score of 31-24. Cameron Peters takes a sack on 4th down, and that will do it here from Blackshear Field.
Hey, man, I hate that for Coach McDowell and Coach Whedon to have a game like that. You know.
Wow.
It's tough, man.
Yes, sir. Definitely tough. Definitely tough. 31-24. Southern Jaguars victorious here in overtime. We'll take a break and we'll come back with our post-show analysis here from Blackshear Field. You're listening to Panther Football on the Open Mic Broadcast Network. And welcome back to the Open Mic Broadcast Network. We're in the midst of our post-game show here from Prairie View A&M University. A lot of action took place here in this ball game. These two squads was nothing short of action here in this game. But, of course, the Southern Jaguars were victorious by the score of 31-24. A lot to unpack, Coach, in this game.
The momentum swing of right before halftime to the end of the game is two totally different directions, because I think the thing that may have helped Southern was getting the ball first, coming out after you just gave up a big play.
Yes, so they had that momentum on their side. And one play,
you sort of get it back, and then you just play football, and you just sort of, like say, keep giving them body blows, and them body blows will lead to a kidney shot that'll help you win the ball game. So it was just the tale of two halves. Even though Southern didn't play that clean, they played clean enough. Prairie View played pretty clean football, and the quarterback, Peters, just kept him in the game.
Yes.
But he couldn't get him over that hump.
Yes, and even though Southern racked up all those penalties in the first half, again, 9 penalties for 80 yards, and even though there were some penalties here late in this ball game, they definitely cleaned up those penalties in the second half, and it definitely made a difference here in this game. And as I mentioned before the break, Coach, I mean, from a stat standpoint, I mean, the numbers are fairly even for both squads. Southern finished with 380 total yards to 318 for Prairie View, 191 yards rushing for the Jaguars to 125 for the Panthers. Southern had 189 yards through the air, and then Prairie View had 193 through the air. So from those numbers, fairly even for both squads here in this game.
When you get numbers like that and you don't turn, neither team turns the ball over, sometimes it comes down to chunk yardage plays, or can you steadily keep the clock moving?
Yes, sir.
And, following your game plan of running the ball, timely passing, and different things like that. So that game that goes overtime, you expect the stats to be pretty much even.
Yes, sir. And as we mentioned before, the very first play of overtime, again, Southern won the toss, so they was able to get the ball first in overtime. And on the very first play, touchdown for the Southern Jaguars. You can kind of tell that defensively they kind of came out there and played a little bit more loosely, given the fact that they were actually up on the scoreboard as opposed to the game still being kind of even.
And in the big scheme of things, Southern's defense is not bad. They played pretty good last week against Jackson State. They didn't play that well. They didn't tackle well. They were in spots.
Yes.
Today, a lot of times, those same plays they ended up having and getting the guy to the ground.
Yes, sir. Well, either way, the Southern Jaguars were able to win this one by the score of 31-24. So the Panthers will fall to 1-3 on the season, but more importantly, the Panthers fall to 0-2 in conference play. And the next time the Panthers are going to take the field is going to be next week when they hit the road to Dallas, Texas. They're going to take on the G-Men of Grambling State in the annual State Fair Classic in Dallas, Texas. I'm from Dallas, Coach, so I'm definitely going to be there for that ball game. But the interesting thing is the Panthers fall 0-2 in conference play, so it's going to be interesting to see how things shape up throughout in the Western Division throughout the rest of this season.
Well, there's still a lot of ball to be played.
Yes, sir.
You can get some help, but it all starts on tomorrow, on Monday, when they start practice.
Yes, sir.
Getting ready for the State Fair Class, which means a lot to both schools. So
yes, sir.
We'll see how the chips fall.
Yes, sir. Always an emotional game and that for that ball game, so we're definitely going to be interested to see that. And, again, you can catch that on our rebroadcast right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network by going to our YouTube channel at the Open Mic Broadcast Network, and you will be able to catch the rebroadcast of that ball game. And if you're the Panthers, you have to go back to the drawing board, figure things out, put this one behind you, and get ready for the G-Men of Grambling State next week for the State Fair Classic. Any final words, Coach?
Nah, we just got to get back to the drawing board and keep chopping at that wood, as they say.
Yes, sir.
There's still a lot of football to be played. You just got to come out and find a way to make a few plays here and there.
Yes, sir.
To get you over the hump.
Yes, sir. Get back to the drawing board, and we'll see if the Panthers can do that, and we'll see how well they bounce back next week against the G-Men of Grambling State in Dallas, Texas for the State Fair Classic. We want to thank you all so much for joining us for today's broadcast. We want to thank our sponsors, the Temple of Refuge Ministries, the Panther backers, and the Prairie View Athletic Club. Thank you so much for sponsoring today's broadcast. For head coach, for Coach Heiss Northern, I am Andre Davis. Thank you all so much for joining us. You all be blessed, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to the 1876 after party. Dr. Mike Prince with the Open Mic Broadcast Network. The Prairie View A&M University Panthers went to work and didn't get paid. Came up short in overtime against the Southern Jags, losing by the score of 31-24, as we mentioned, in overtime. And the bad part about this one, it hurts. It was a home loss. But Prairie View actually outplayed the Southern Jags. Southern Jags had 9 penalties for 80 yards in the first half of play, as the Panthers could not capitalize off of the stumbling and bumbling of the Southern Jaguars. So now what you have is that the Panthers lose this game. They fall to 0-2 in conference play as they get ready to take on the Grambling State Tigers from the State Fair Classic next weekend. Grambling fell victim today to Jackson State by the score of 41-20. So you got a lot going on with the Panthers coming up this weekend, as the Panthers had 1 second remaining on the clock in regulation to try a 52-yard field goal attempt that came up a bit short. And it was a rough time. It was just a rough time right now. Panthers couldn't quite hold it on. Actually played a pretty strong, solid third quarter, but then the momentum gave the Jaguars the opportunity to score first in overtime, and the Panthers, the victim of Achilles' heels penalties, that is, coming up in that fourth quarter to push them back, not the fourth quarter, but in overtime to push them back. And so you have what you have. The Panthers end up short. We'll break this thing down in more detail as we get more stats and information available to you. Just wanted to pass along that the Panthers fall short at homecoming by the score of 31-24. Jackson State was victorious over Grambling State 41-20. Texas Southern lost in a heartbreaker 20-17 to Lamar at Lamar. The Texas Southern Tigers were up on that one 10-0 at halftime, but found their lead diminished toward the final clock. So Panthers dropped to overall 1-3, 0-2 in conference play. They get ready to take on the Grambling State Tigers from the State Fair Classic. I am the radio guy. You can go back and check out our rebroadcast of this game on our YouTube channel at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Don't forget, we're in the midst of our listening partner program. You can send in a donation to the website at obnradio.com or by way of Cash App at $OBN Radio. Send your support to help us to continue to bring you live and delayed broadcast coverage of Panther sports. I'm going to exit the stage left for right now. Once again, the Panthers fall short by the score of 31-24. And until the next time, you guys be blessed, and we'll see you on the other side.